Yesterday. I believe my engineers are on standby. Please, at this point, may I crave the indulgence of everyone. Please stand to your feet with me as we take the national anthem of the greatest nation on planet Earth, Nigeria. Sunday leader, we're waiting. While we're waiting for him, allow me to inform us once again, we are going to have the deal room open any moment from now, once we kick off officially.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you so much. Please, you may be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to the microphone for the welcome address a seasoned banking and finance professional with over 2 decades of experience, currently serving as the group head of agriculture and solid minerals finance at Sterling Bank in Nigeria. Please welcome the very brilliant, amazing, all-giving, a seasoned gentleman who has given his all to the agricultural sector. Please welcome Dr. Olushola Obikayin.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed partners, visionaries, and friends of the Agriculture Summit Africa, by and large, Africa's agricultural transformation. Allow me to stand on existing protocol so that we can get underway. On behalf of Sterling Bank and the organizers of the Agricultural Summit Africa 2025, it is my great joy to welcome you to day 2 of this incredible journey, a journey of ideas, of conviction, and of hope for Africa's agricultural future. Yesterday, under the bold theme, Survival of the Greenest, Reclaiming Africa's Food Destiny. We witness the power of vision when it meets with collaboration. We had voices from across the continent affirm one truth, and that is that Africa's food story is being rewritten, not by chance, but by courage, by innovation, and by people who refuse to accept limits. Our policy panel yesterday, from policy to plate, enabling laws for a thriving agri-future, challenged us to think differently about governance, to craft policies that don't just exist in documents, but live in the soil, in the markets, and in the lives of our farmers. That panel session reminded us that sound laws are seeds of transformation, capable of growing food systems that are inclusive, equitable, and enduring. Then came the fireside chat, Harvesting Resilience, Stories from the Value Chain. What powerful stories. They reminded us that behind every data point is a dreamer. Men and women whose resilience keeps Africa's food engine alive, whose ingenuity turns scarcity into abundance, and whose stories remind us why we do what we do. That fireside chat also told us that it is time we move beyond the rhetorics of grammar and we start looking at the execution. It was a profound moment. And of course, the panel on smallholder farmers, powering up the base, returned us to the heart of it all. The smallholder, I'm talking about the smallholder farmer, I'm talking about the steward of our soil. We were reminded that Africa's greatness in agriculture will be measured not by the size of its farms, but by the strength of its farmers. Today, as we step into day 2, we continue this momentum with deeper conviction. This is the day when we turn insight into impact, where we connect policy to practice, where we translate finance to innovation and vision to real change. At Sterling Bank, we believe in Africa's capacity not just to feed itself, but to feed the world. We are convinced that the thriving agri-future will not emerge from hope alone. It will come from bold partnerships, from catalytic financing, and from leaders like you who are ready to act. So, as we begin today, let us rise above the familiar. Let's imagine an Africa where every farmer is bankable, where every policy is actionable, and where every plate is full. Let us work together to make that vision a living reality. Welcome once again to day 2 of Agriculture Summit Africa, where dreams take root and Africa's green destiny continues to unfold. Thank you.
Can we make that applause a reverberating one for my Oga? The applause is kind of light. Are we tired or something? Or we've taken so much information? We're just starting the day 2. Okay, can we do something quickly? Can you high five the person sitting next to you and tell them welcome for coming? How are you? How are you doing? Can you tell them to loosen up? Please tell them to loosen up. The person sitting next to you may just have $500,000 to invest in your business. You might be sitting next to an innovator. I can see two gentlemen standing to their feet to greet themselves. Another has joined them. That is what we want to see. Friendship, collaborations from this summit. All right, we go to the special remarks. The special remarks will be done by the Executive Director, Alternative Banking, Mr. Garba Lawal, who is ably and intelligently represented here by the Chief of Staff, Aziz Badru. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes to speak to us?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and our partners in the Agric Summit Africa for 2025. My name is Aziz Badru. I'm standing in for my executive director, who is absent due to an emergency that came up. He was here at trial yesterday, but there was an emergency. So I'm delivering this speech, and also there is a presentation that I will speak to one of his slides. So this speech goes thus. It is both an honor and a privilege to deliver this speech, this special remark at the African Summit Africa 2025, convened under the powerful theme, Survivor of the Greatest, Reclaiming Africa's Food Destiny. This theme could not be more timely. It reflects a continental awakening, a recognition that African future prosperity is rooted in how we cultivate, process, and finance what we eat. At the Alternative Bank, our philosophy rests on ethical partnership that creates real value for people and the planet. We see Agric not merely as an economic activity, but as a sacred trust, a means to feed the community, preserve the environment, and sustain livelihood in harmony with our values. As we speak of the survival of the greatest, we are not simply referring to climate adaptation. We are talking about building an ecosystem of responsible finance, one that funds productivity, not speculation, the one that empowers farmers, not intermediaries, the one that views profit as a shared outcome of purpose-driven growth. To reclaim Africa's food destiny, we must rethink how agricultural finance is structured. We must be inclusive, and the structure must be inclusive and impact-driven, enabling smallholders, farmers, women, youth to thrive as active players in value creation. At the Alternative Bank, we are championing this through innovative instruments, from partnership-based approach, Modaraba, which is profit and loss bearing partnership, and Musharaka, which is profit and loss sharing. Also, we do this through our direct funding-based model, the JARA, which is asset finance, especially for inputs and other processors, and through Muraba, which is a cost plus for largely commodity aggregators and other input farmers. There's a slide that if we are able to bring it up, we will be able to. So this our approach ensures that every stakeholder in the value chain share both risk and reward ethically, transparently, and sustainably. We also recognize that the future of Africa agriculture depends on great innovation. Renewable energy for irrigation, solar-powered cold store, waste to value solution. And at this point, I think I will mention that the Alternative Bank actually we launched the Waste Bank, which is to resolving recycling of bottles, as in PET bottles and other non-degradable material. So, and also to talk about regenerative farming. These are the investments that align with both environmental stewardship and long-term food resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the survival of the Greenest is more than a team. It is a roadmap. It challenges us to design financial systems that reward responsibility, to promote policies that recognize sustainability, and to nurture partnerships that put African farmer at the center of transformation. So as we gather here for the second day, let us reaffirm our commitment, our collective mission to finance just growth, but the goods, to pursue not just the yield, but impact, and to reclaim Africans' food destiny through collaboration, innovation, and ethical purpose. On behalf of the Alternative Bank, I commend the organizer of this summit, the Sterling Bank, the convener, and may our deliberation inspire action that feeds nation, empower community, and preserve the very earth that sustains us. Thank you very much.
That was the representative, Executive Director, Alternative Banking, the Chief of Staff to the gentleman, Aziz Badru. Please, can we give him another round of applause? I beg of you. So yesterday, highlights from the yesterday discussions that we had. We talked about enabling laws for thriving agriculture, and also we moved on to a session that was powered by International Finance Corporation, where we discussed smallholder farmers as drivers of food system resilience. And also we had a fire chat moment where we talked about the value chain, stories from the value chain. We talked about everything about the value chain within agriculture. So the conversation continues today. I must let us know again that we should, if you look at the tag on your neck, if you look behind it, there is a QR code. Please, we need you to scan that QR code and get a download of the brochure. And as you all know, we are concentrating. We'll take questions later, sir. Okay, just be a little bit patient with us. We're going to sort out the network issues. Is that okay with you, sir? Thank you so much. And as you all know, the agriculture issue is something that is a pivotal issue with Nigeria and Africa, and Sterling Bank is standing firm to make sure that that becomes a non-issue at all. One area that I'm super excited when it comes to agriculture with Sterling Bank is the promotion of youth and women inclusivity. Like my madam spoke earlier, for those who came in a lot later, Sterling Bank is the only bank that doesn't charge account maintenance, COT charges, and also gives you facility without collateral. Without collateral. I believe Sterling Bank deserves a big round of applause. So for those of us that are yet to connect to Sterling Bank to push our businesses forward, please, this is the moment for you to do that. I believe the dance troupe, are they ready? They are not ready, they're still on their way. All right, quickly, we're going to move on to we'll take an address from Veriv Africa. And the gentleman who is going to represent Veriv Africa to speak on their behalf is a research consultant, a senior research associate at Veriv Africa. He is an expert contributor who frequently publishes articles and insights on companies' platform, focusing on topics like economics, agribusiness, mining, and financial markets in Nigeria and Africa. Please, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome this very distinguished gentleman, Mr. Victor Igono. Let's keep clapping till he gets here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I am Victor Igono, and I'm representing Veriv Africa. We are a data, insights, intelligence, and advisory firm, and the technical partner on this summit to Sterling Bank. So we'd like to say thank you to Sterling for the opportunity and for hosting this very insightful event. So if you could get the slides up, please. So these conversations around the agriculture sector already started from yesterday, and we have been part of shaping that conversation around key challenges facing the sector, as well as what we think could be done and the potential of the sector. The slides. Next slide, please. So let's start with what we know and what we've heard repeatedly from both government and the private sector, which is that the agriculture sector plays a very important role in the economies of African countries, including Nigeria. On average, it employs between 40 to 65% of people, especially youths and women. It contributes, on average, about 25% to the GDP of various African countries, and it plays an important role in food security. But there are challenges. If we could go to the next slide. And one of the key challenges, which I think has been emphasized repeatedly, is the issue of finance. But beneath the issue of finance is the issue of land ownership, titling, and documentation. So for the African continent, smallholder farmers, as we know, constitute or control nearly 80% of the farms that currently produce on the continent and are responsible for nearly 90% of domestic food production. But those smallholder farmers, the bulk of them do not have the necessary documents on the land on which they currently produce. As a matter of fact, less than 10% of these farmers have formal documents, formal title to their land. And I think it's very clear, if you've been here from yesterday, that one of the issues with this low number is that many of them who believe that they own the land on which they farm, either by inheritance or as part of the community where they operate, cannot use this land to get the necessary loans and other financial products that they need to expand production. Next slide. So consequently, they are forced to rely on alternative sources of financing. It's good that we have the alternative bank that is willing to provide these range of products. But for many other farmers, their idea of alternative financing source is everything from the tribal group that gives them money and where they have to pay 5 to 10% per month, to the wealthy person in the local area who's willing to give them money, again at 5 to 10% per month, not per year, to loan apps. Now, while a lot of them have issues of access from a literacy level, we've seen an uptake in lending or borrowings from loan apps. And if you've had any dealings with some of these apps, especially those that are not regulated, a lot of them charge astronomical rates. Apart from the high cost of capital, there is the concerns around human rights. We've had cases of people getting arrested because they are not able to pay back the loans that they took. So if you do the calculation, if you're taking a loan at 5 to 10% per month, and you multiply that by 12, assuming you take a 1-year loan, we're talking between 50 to 100% of interest rates, and these are not cooked up numbers. These are rates that people are paying. Internally, that's a problem, but assuming we're looking to push agriculture as another source of export earnings, if you as a farmer, you're paying 50% to 100% as your cost of capital, and you're competing against a farmer in Vietnam or Thailand who's paying 6, 8, 10, 15% per year. I mean, it's very basic mathematics. It would be almost impossible for you to compete favorably against those people. So it's not just the impact on the farmer, it's the impact on an entire export sector that we hope would be an alternative source of export earnings beyond crude oil. So it affects the farmer, it affects the state, it affects the country and the entire export sector. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are graphs on percentages of land that do not have existing documents, especially in the rural areas. And we see that among some of our peers, Nigeria continues to have one of the largest rates of unregistered rural agricultural land. Nigeria, less than 10% of our land have the necessary documents, compared with lower numbers for countries like South Africa and Kenya. Next slide. Next. So let's take a look at this graph. This is data on the amount of credit to the agriculture sector globally from 2014 to 2023. In 2023, a total of $1.2 trillion went to the agriculture sector globally. Now, these color codes show the amount that went to each continent. The green part is Asia. So if we're doing 1.2 trillion per year, Asia gets more than half of that. That's more than $600 billion to agriculture. The next is Europe, which gets between 20 to 25% of the entire amount. Take a look at the red part. If you do your calculations well, it's less than 4%. That is Africa. And put that in context from the perspective of population numbers. Africa is the second most populous continent after Asia. Asia has about 4.5 billion people. It's getting $600 billion in agriculture credit. Africa has the second largest at 1.5 billion people. If you take a percentage of that dot there, say out of 1.2 trillion, only 4% is going to Africa. That's about 48 billion for a continent of 54 countries, a continent of 1.5 billion people. compared to Europe, which is less than $1 billion and is getting close to $300 billion. So this, I think, probably shows the terrible state of agricultural credit in Africa, especially, again, if you consider that Africa is going to have the highest growth rate for population, the fastest growing continent in many years to come. We're getting less than 5% of total agriculture credit when there's going to be food demand, when nearly 20% of our population already are at a very acute risk of food insecurity. This is where we are today from a credit perspective on the continent. Next slide. Beyond lack of access to financing, beyond the impact of very little land ownership, the continent faces not a new threat, but a worsening threat, and that's from climate change. Now, one thing that's become accepted is that Africa has contributed relatively less to global emissions over time. But what we've seen is that Africa is most vulnerable to the impact of climate disasters. In 2022 and 2023, together, Africa lost nearly $24 billion from floods, from droughts, from wildfires, and all of the other impacts of climate change. For those who remember very clearly, 2022 was especially bad for Nigeria, where we had more than 15 states reporting significant levels of flood. The estimates from 2022 for Nigeria alone was that the economic impact of that flood was about $7 billion. And it's likely to get worse in the coming years. Next slide. Now, this is a graph of the economic impact of climate-related disasters in over 40 years. This is a global estimate from a series of data sources. But this is a global estimate over a 40-year period. If you take the first 20 years from 1980 to 2000, if you look very closely, the number of years in which disasters exceeded $100 billion is probably less than 3 years over a 20-year period. Then look at the next 20 years, from the year 2000 to the year 2022. The number of years in which the economic cost of climate disasters exceeded $100 billion is more than 3 times that amount. So, regardless of where you stand on the climate change discourse, I think what cannot be denied is that we've seen increasing frequency and intensity and economic cost to climate-related disasters, and we're feeling it even here in Nigeria. Earlier this year, there was the flood in Niger State. Last year, there was the very bad flood in Borno State. Before then, in 2022, there was a multi-state flooding disaster. And nobody knows what's next. Nobody's praying for it, but we now face, in addition to all of the other challenges that face the agriculture sector, the impact of climate-related disasters. Now, on this graph, on a global level, out of these disasters, including the most recent one in 2023, less than 50% of this disaster was insured globally. Less than 50%. Within Africa, among the African countries, on average, percentage of climate-related disasters that are insured are less than 2%. And it's not surprising. Even within Nigeria, we know that we have a culture of very low insurance penetration. Now, why I bring this up is that while we are thinking about how to deal with the impact or the challenge of low credit and low loans, there is another danger that's likely to be even worse, and that's the challenge of low insurance of climate-related disasters. You don't want to give a loan to somebody even after going through the hurdle of getting the loan, and then they wake up one morning and in a single night, the entire farm is wiped away. But that's what we're facing. If we have billions of dollars worth of climate-related disasters, and we have less than 2% of them insured. So while we think about the loan and how to increase access to finance, it's also good to think about how to increase access to risk management products. Next slide. Now, beyond all of what we've said, there are the traditional challenges that face the sector. And I believe some of these would be talked about in subsequent panel sessions that we would have. But one of those challenges is policy uncertainties and discontinuities. One government comes in, it literally stops everything the previous government was doing, regardless of the merits of those policies. And then we're back to stage one, and we're planning again. And in 4 to 8 years, somebody else comes in, and then he stops that, and then we're back to stage one again. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is the sheer uncertainty around agriculture policies. We wake up one morning, and export of specific crops have been banned. There are no considerations to the people involved in that value chain. People are putting money, some of which would take 5 to 10 years to recoup from a specific value chain. You don't want to wake up in your first or second year into that investment and the entire sector has been banned by the government. It's happened to a couple of crop value chains. Nobody knows what's next. It could be cocoa tomorrow. It could be something else. But this uncertainty, from an investor perspective, first, it already increases the risk perception of the sector, which is a problem that already exists and is worsening. The second is that it makes it very hard to attract extra financing, whether to smallholder farmers or for big businesses. It increases the cost of capital in a sector that already suffers one of the highest costs of capital. So it's multidimensional. Beyond that, obviously, there is the issue of the macroeconomy. Inflation rate, which thankfully has been on a downward trend, but that inflation, as long as it's still very high, would require that we keep interest rate high. And that translates to even higher cost of capital, even for formal sector loans. Beyond policy uncertainties, there is the issue of insecurity, which cuts across different parts of this country and different countries around the continent. We've seen worsening spates of insecurity, from kidnappings of farmers to all kinds of clashes in food-producing regions, which discourage farmers from going to farms, discourage investments from coming there, create significant levels of refugee crisis, and affect an already very bad food security situation. Finally, there are infrastructure and information gaps. These were highlighted yesterday, and thankfully somebody talked about it this morning, that he has his plantain and he doesn't have the machines to process it and have greater control over pricing. So people are forced to sell during harvest season at very cheap prices. And beyond just storage and processing facilities, there are also other infrastructure problems, including roads and ports. Now, finally, there are issues with information gaps. And it's not just an agriculture issue, it seems to be a problem with a lot of our primary sectors. When you meet people who are interested in getting you to come, whether this is a state government official or it's a company entrepreneur, they always say, well, there's a lot of potential in this sector. And then when the conversation comes down to numbers, what is the potential? How much of these exist? How much is being produced? What's the price trend? What are the key drivers of this trend? There is no data. It comes down to there is a lot of potential, but a lot of potential is not going to unlock financing. There are significant data gaps at the national level, but even worse, at the state level, especially among these smallholder farmers who make up the bulk of our farming population. And it's a challenge that we have to face and we have to deal with. Next slide. So, beyond looking at the challenges now, what can be done? I think a lot of these things have already been discussed in different forms. At the end of the day, land is at the heart of the agriculture sector. There is no way around it. And as long as we have less than 10% of our land documented that are fit to be used for collateral, then there is always going to be issue. Next slide. So let's talk about land for a moment. There was a study done by PwC in 2019 which showed that the value of Nigeria's undocumented land, both agriculture and residential real estate, the value of that land at the minimum is $300 billion. That's the lower end of the range. The higher end of that range is $900 billion. Think about it for a moment. At the beginning of this presentation, I said that only about $48 billion, which is about 3% of global agriculture credit, comes to the whole of Africa. $48 billion to the whole of Africa. Nigeria alone, the value of our undocumented land at the minimum is $300 billion. So I think it begins to show the potential of the sector if we are able to deal with our land documentation issue. Imagine unlocking just 10% of that at 30 billion. That's more than 70% of the entire credit coming to the sector across Africa. So there is no way around documenting land. And we are at a point today where there are advances in blockchain, there are advances in big data, in artificial intelligence. The technology is no longer the issue. You can create a software, you can get a couple of guys to create a software that allows you to document this land. There are existing companies in Africa that do drone mapping, that can create these databases where you put the information of farmers. So the problem is not technology. It now comes down to politics and political willpower. Because let's face it, if you're going as a state governor, because based on the Land Use Act, the state governors are the custodians of land in Nigeria. If you're going as a state governor to reform land, there are people who today de facto control land allocation in Nigeria, whether those are traditional rulers or they are community heads or whoever is in charge of land allocation at the local level. If you're going to create a single unified database and take on that power to allocate land, you will have to deal with what happens to these sources of income to the people who already are operating there. And it's politically very expensive for governors or any other state official that depends on the vote and loyalty of these groups. So it's not a technology issue. The technology is there. It's now a political issue, and it's a conversation we would have to have, especially considering the significant potential in land. But beyond the political issue, there are also other questions that would have to be answered. And one of them is the gender issue. We've been talking a lot about inclusivity and gender. As it stands today, based on the data that we see, less than 10% of registered rural lands today are owned by women. Less than 10%. So if you're going to do these land reforms, you would have to answer questions about what is an acceptable level of ownership for women, especially if you consider, again, based on the data that we have, that women actually constitute the majority of smallholder farmers. Women constitute more than 50% of smallholder farmers in Nigeria, but the same women own less than 10% of the farmlands in Nigeria. So this is not a technology issue. It's a question around what choices are we willing to make. Next slide. Now, we would also have to deal with our knee-jerk decision-making around bans on imports and exports without consideration to what that actually looks like to the investor that you've invited to put millions of dollars into a rubber plantation or a cocoa plantation or a maize farm. You don't want to wake up. I, as an investor, would not want to put money into a sector if somebody wakes up tomorrow and simply bans activities in the entire sector, or if the next governor is likely to arbitrarily revoke my land. So all of these actions, which we don't seem to be particularly careful about, all of them add into the risk perception in the sector. And for any investor, security of investment comes first before returns. I am not going to put my money into a sector if somebody can just wake up and revoke thousands of hectares that have been given. Beyond that, political stability is important. We've seen a rise in the past 5 years in the trend of political crisis across Africa, in the trend of coup d'etats in close to 4 or 5 West African countries. It might not affect us as a country, but when people think, especially external investors, think about a region, there is always the impact of activities in nearby countries on the overall risk perception. And that translates into just refusing to put money into that region, to expecting higher returns to compensate for the risk perception. Now, beyond that, I think the final thing I would like to say on this issue is state governments need to take greater responsibility. At the end of the day, land is at the heart of the sector, and based on current laws today, the state is the main decision maker in land allocation, in land documentation, and in land rights. So, as much as the federal government has a job to do, the state governments have to take up that responsibility to deal with the land issue. And if you look at the economic makeup of our states today, if you take out the oil and gas producing states, and you take out federation allocation, agriculture is at the heart of the economies of many states. So if that's the case, as a governor, why don't you take this step to unlock land, to attract investments, to guarantee policy certainty, and build an economy where your internally generated revenues might even exceed whatever you're getting from the federation? That's what I would like to say about that. Next slide. Now, we've spoken a lot about land reforms, and it will always be critical to financing. But we've also seen the rise of alternative sources of financing. The alternative bank have shared what they're doing in terms of non-interest, non-collateral financing. But there are also other sources of financing that are coming. There are people today who are providing financing backed by the underlying asset. So they give you money to plant, and your security is the underlying plant. That's one. We've seen people do value chain financing with advance payments coming from buyers, from commodities traders, and the middlemen. I know the middlemen have been the subject of a lot of criticism in this summit, but some of those middlemen, especially the international ones, do provide financing to smallholder farmers in the form of inputs, but also in the form of loans. And we see that because we're very active in that sector. Finally, we are also seeing the use of green bonds. It's not as big in Nigeria, but it's an opportunity, especially as we face climate-related disasters. Green bonds are becoming a very big sector. Next slide. Climate. We've already said that Africa faces billions of dollars worth of climate risk. The actual, based on recent data, the actual cost of that going forward is expected to be about 2 to 3% of Africa's GDP. We're currently doing about 2.8 trillion. 2 to 3% would be in the region of $84 billion. If you take a holistic look at the whole scenario, Africa is getting $48 billion in credit to the agriculture sector, but the same Africa faces nearly $85 billion of risk to the agriculture sector. So, beyond increasing financing, we can no longer ignore the importance of insurance for crops, for livestock, and specific products for climate-related disasters. We've seen in other countries, and I believe in Nigeria too, the rise of insurance technology companies that provide specific insurance products to different sectors. We would like to see more of that in the agriculture space. But beyond that, mainstream insurance sometimes does not cover these climate risks. So there needs to be specific products targeted at smallholder farmers that capture climate-related disasters. Whether that's parametric insurance, and parametric insurance basically says if a specific disaster exceeds a specific amount, then we are willing to compensate you. So if rainfall levels exceeds pre-agreed amounts, you get paid automatically. The technology is there, but it's still not as ubiquitous in Nigeria, partly because we've always seen climate disasters as an act of nature, which it is, but the risks are increasing. So there is a need to design products that enable smallholder farmers to manage that risk. So if there's anything I want us to take away from this, it's that there is a need for increasing credits, but there is also need to reduce or mitigate the risk to that credit when it's finally used on the farm. You don't want to put significant amounts of money into a farm, and then you wake up and in the space of 3 to 4 hours, increasing water levels can wipe out tens of thousands of dollars worth of investments. So we need to deal with our climate-related risk. And also improve on dams and other climate-related infrastructure, which in many states today are already outdated. Next slide. Finally, our infrastructure gaps have to be filled, whether these will be financed by banks, the private sector, or government agencies. We need to deal with that storage and processing gap because it's costing us trillions of naira per year in lost foodstuff. So the most recent data most recently is that nearly 40% of the food we produce gets wasted. And the numbers are even higher for fresh foods like tomato. It's more than 50%. So if we're already facing the threat of food insecurity, of hunger, of high cost, let's remember that high cost of capital. So you borrow at an astronomical rate and you successfully harvest, but then more than half of what you've harvested is already lost because you don't have the storage capacity and you still have to pay the full amount. So there is a need to deal with our infrastructure and storage gap. Next slide. Now, one thing we are doing at Veriv, beyond just gathering data and all of that, is building some products to tackle the challenges that we've identified. And we are very active on the field across nearly all states in the country. And we're building something that allows us to gather data nearly on a bi-weekly basis around pricing of key value chain crops, pricing, production numbers, key trends that affect that value chain, and what farmers are seeing on the ground. And the hope is that we are able to fill this information gap by building this continuously updated database that then allows us, or allows decision makers, whether investors or companies, to be able to make informed decisions. This is our own contribution to the sector, and we hope that we see other innovative companies tackling each of these challenges that we've identified. But at the end of the day, the land issue is a political issue, and they have to solve it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we give the very distinguished gentleman, Victor Ngono from Veriv Africa, a senior research associate with Veriv Africa. Can we make that applause a louder one? So he took us through the state of the agriculture sector, challenges, also natural disasters to policy making in Nigeria and Africa. So Mr. Victor Ngono, where is he? Can you wave your hands? Let me know where you're seated. And everyone. I started farming in 2019 on a small scale. And what I was doing was producing sweet corn. And there is this one natural disaster that I suffered that made me to close it down. Just one. Guess what? My family members ate everything. Anytime they come visiting, my friends come visiting, the next thing you hear is, can we have barbecue? And you know sweet corn goes with barbecue. That was how they crashed it. So I'm planning to come back. COVID also added to it, but I'm planning to come back again. Sweet corn is one good business that I went into in 2019. And people are asking me to come back. So definitely I'm going to come back. All right, quickly, we have to move with the speed of light for some reasons. Now to the next, to the very first session we'll be having here today. which covers harnessing digital tools for an agricultural renaissance. Allow me to invite the moderator for this session, an exceptional, brilliant lady, a seasoned finance professional with over a decade of experience driving growth across Nigeria's agribusiness and financial sector. She has played a pivotal role in transforming agricultural lending in Nigeria. She successfully secured a $21.7 million grant from the MasterCard Foundation to expand access to affordable finance for 100,000 smallholder farmers and mobilized over $500,000 grant funding from the World Bank Gender Innovation Lab to evaluate the impacts of agri-finance programs. She also spearheaded the design of sterling women and youths in agri-finance program and digital loan portal, impacting over 1 million potential beneficiaries and setting a benchmark for inclusive agri-finance in West Africa. Please welcome this great daughter of Africa, Head Agribusiness Development and Strategy, Sterling Bank, Vera Iheanacho. Please, let's keep clapping for the gorgeous lady as she makes her way here. She will be inviting her panelists to join her. Thank you. One second. Please, can I get help? Let's move this podium out, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're talking about something very, very important today. So I would love to see some energy in the room. So good morning, everybody. All right, thank you so much. I've already been introduced by the hosts, by the MC. I'm really not the one you'll be listening to today. And it's actually an honor to be talking about a very, very important topic on harnessing digital tools for an agric resonance. I have my panelists who would be helping us do justice to this very, very important topic. And I'll be calling on Dr. Emmanuel of Seamless HR. Please put your hands together as it comes up stage. Joining him also is Daniel Huber from MasterCard. A round of applause for Daniel, please, as he comes up stage. Mr. Harun Obello, where are you? Kindly come up stage, please. A round of applause for him. And Nasiru, SSA Innovation, Office of the Vice President. Come up stage, please. And lastly, Isa of Extension Africa. A round of applause for him. All right, I'll be sitting amongst these giants, seeing how we can do some justice to this topic. And don't worry, we're gender balanced, of course. Right? Okay, so to take you into the topic, I'll first love to thank the co-conveners of this very important session, the co-conveners, the host, and all of you seated here. Thank you so much for coming up stage. My name is Vera again. I head Business Development and Strategy. And for us in Sterling, we believe that agriculture is not just a sector. It's the lifeblood of our economy. And it's the foundation for inclusive growth. But today, we're asking one simple yet crucial question. how can technology transform Africa's agriculture? In Africa today, we see glimpses of digital innovation, from bridging low productivity gaps to creating digital identity, and also using drone technology to power farms. But yet, the gap is still there. The sector still remains highly unfragmented, with weak infrastructure, limiting scalability, and of course, causing inefficiencies. We're not also lost on post-harvest losses. Veriv Africa has just told us that for every 1 kilogram of commodities or grains produced by the smallholder farmer, 30 to 50% goes to waste, right? So that's waste of manpower, waste of time, and waste of resources. How can technology help us bridge this gap? This is a sector that actually contributes 70 to 80% of rural employment, right? So how can we change this narrative? Coupled with that, urbanization is also increasing the demands on the smallholder farmer. So to unpack this very important but complex challenge, I have with me my panelists, and they'll do a bit of introduction, then we ask some questions, then of course we take some questions from the audience. Can you start, Issa?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Issa Abdesamad, the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Extension Africa. At Extension Africa, we work with rural farmers to open up the market to global economy. We've been working across 2 countries, Kenya and Nigeria, to create access to productive resources for almost 1 million smallholder farmers through 5,000 rural youths. So I'll be talking more about how we are doing it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Nasir Mama. I'm the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Innovation. Apart from being the innovation subject matter expert in the Office of the Vice President, I co-lead an initiative called the Presidential Initiative for Innovation, Policy Evaluation and Research, where we try to integrate technology and data-driven decision-making in government across sectors, from agriculture to health, education, and other areas. And also, I basically promote and lead all efforts towards innovation-driven enterprises, especially in agriculture, to make sure we meet Mr. President's target of not just being food secure, but becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Bello Haruna. I'm the Executive Director of Yildex Nigeria Limited. Yildex Nigeria Limited is agri-tech. We work with smallholder farmers in Kano and Jigawa states. We've currently profiled over 20,000 smallholder farmers who we support with various services, especially technology, digital tools to help optimize their operations and essentially to bring them into the technology space. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Huber. I work for MasterCard, the corporate, not the foundation. There's always that confusion. So at MasterCard, I lead our market development initiative for our growth segment unit for Africa. And at MasterCard, we are a global payment technology company in over 300 countries of operations today. We power movement of technology across globally to ensure that you can safely, in an interoperable and scalable way, make payments. For this conversation today, MasterCard is also today working with close to 5 million smallholder farmers across Africa, using the power of technology and digitization to unlock markets, financial services, and basically growth. And I'll be talking more about that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Okeleji. I'm CEO of Seamless HR. We are the leading HR and payroll software company in the continent. We have now close to 2,000 companies, including Sterling Bank, who are our customers across 15 countries, offices in Kenya, Ghana, and Uganda, and HQ in Nigeria. And we also now recently started layering financial services on payroll. And I'll be talking a bit more about that in the course of these discussions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel. I'm sure the audience will be wondering, HR, agriculture. But we'll unpack it shortly. All right, I'll be starting with you, Daniel. Financial inclusion still remains a key bottleneck. And the MSME funding gap in Africa today sits at about $500 billion. For Nigeria alone, the finance gap per annum sits at $200 billion. How can technology bridge this gap?
Indeed, financial access for Africa, I think a lot of statistics out, like you said. And if you look at, for example, agriculture, which is the focus of our today's conversation, a lot has been published around its contribution to the GDP, the ability of the sector to be able to create jobs, a source for foreign exchange. But I think even with that importance, we still see the gap, as you rightly said. In our view as MasterCard, we look at the critical unlock for financial access, and especially financial security, lies on digitizing agricultural trade. How do we power agricultural commerce in a way in which it is linked across the sector, but provides an opportunity for visibility? And for us, we are doing it in a couple of ways as MasterCard. Number one, to be able to power access to market as the first pillar of e-commerce digitization, we are providing digital tools to financial institutions and fintechs across Africa to make it possible for a smallholder farmer to be able to reach out into an off-taker in a reliable way, in a secure way, and link that to payment services, for example. Case in point, in East Africa, we are connecting grain farmers to market, making it possible to get a higher price, up to 30% of the yield, compared to the competition, for example. When it comes to access to inputs, for example, what we are seeing is powering transactions between input providers and smallholder farmers and their groups in a way in which it's possible to aggregate demand, lower the cost of inputs because of the power of the numbers. And again, using technology to be able to move the input trade. And lastly, when it comes to payment, which is really a key thing for us as MasterCard, is how do we provide tools that are relevant for the market? Let's take an example of Nigeria here. MasterCard has launched a MasterCard local card, which we're calling the Niger card, which is our financial inclusion card for this market. And Niger card is denominated in local currency, for example, making it possible for anyone who is trading as a farmer or as a low-income individual to be able to get access to a financial instrument that is affordable, but still maintains the quality. The second one we have here is an ability for a smallholder farmer or a trader to receive payment at the comfort of their farm or their home through a QR-based payment, so that any buying agent can be able to scan a QR on a farmer's card, or for those that have devices that are smart, be able to receive payments, again, not losing the security element. And the third one is a gateway service, for example. And in a gateway services, making it possible for buyers, off-takers, to move payments. In our view, when you start powering those agricultural transactions, when you bring visibility of trade, you then unlock financial players, because now they have visibility to be able to deploy more capital. That, in a way, is how you bring the entire ecosystem to start solving for financial access.
Thank you very much. I'll have a follow-up question to that, but please, a round of applause for Daniel Uba. That's extremely exciting to hear. As a financier myself, we've actually had issues or challenges with reaching out to farmers in their millions or hundreds of thousands. That's because of one thing. In programs in the past, farmers, we work with anchors, and we work with anchors to, of course, reduce the risk. But then when we get information on these farmers on Excel sheet, what we see on the field, right, it's very different. So creating digital identity such that each farmer can be included, supported, financed, and there can be that growth from being a smallholder farmer, right, to an anchor, then of course to a processor. So we want that growth, right? We want that sustainability. How can MasterCard, with all of these digital tools you've mentioned, solve this challenge? Thank you.
Again, very good example. Let me give you, for those that are traveling, right? When you have your bank account today and you have your card and you want to make a payment, it's always very easy. And try and look at the reaction if you're in an hotel or somebody who is serving you and asks you for your card. When they look at the PDQ machine and the card transaction is successful, they look at you and they'll smile because they know payment has gone through. The power of that smile is because of something unique we call a payment credential. The payment credential is your representation that you are credible before your service provider. They give you service because they know payment will be honored by your bank without asking you for a bank statement. How much money do you have in your account? Can you imagine if we can be able to give that same power to our smallholder farmers today? That every single farmer who is transacting will have a payment credential associated with their transaction. Not when they are applying, but at the point where they are looking for inputs, at the point where they are selling. That if you are able to build those profiles of the farmer, associate them with their credential from a payment perspective, and that becomes part of their profile. That for us is a way in which we can start unlocking the opportunity through identity for the smallholder farmer as a transaction individual. Another example to give is we are very proud to work with Sterling, where we are working with farmers in Kaduna and Kano State to start building profile, linking their transactions to their bank account at Sterling, and making it possible that that transaction is then honored by input providers, by warehouse receipt providers, by telcos, because now it's a credible profile. So you must drive utility of identity. Utility of identity is linked to a farmer's life transaction, not at the point of credit or payment, but every single time they transact. That's the power we are driving here.
Wow. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you so very much. You've emphasized on building digital identities for farmers such that there will be no more ghost farmers. And I know we can start small, and when the people we have impacted or created the solution for, when they see the benefits, they then spread the word to the people, because farmers, of course, they listen to themselves. So thank you very much, Daniel Uba. To you, Isa, extension services bridges the gap between innovation and implementation, right? What are you doing? What is Extension Africa doing, right, to ensure that the advices you're giving to the farmers, right, are precise, accurate, and very needed for growth and scalability? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning once again. So I'll just provide a context here that the agricultural system in Africa, and specifically in Nigeria, was given to us. It wasn't developed by us, especially the World Bank. I do say this most often. So it's structured in the sense that innovation comes from research institutions to the extension agency and to the farmer. So that means there is always an intermediary between innovation and the farmers, right? And based on FAO recommendation, what is required is 1 agent to 800 smallholder farmers, bringing innovation, working with seed companies, and taking that innovation to the smallholder farmers. But the current statistics is showing what we have in Nigeria is 1 extension agent to around 10,000 smallholder farmers. And in some states, especially in the Northwest, is around 1 extension agent to 15,000 smallholder farmers. This shows the unrealisticality of the situation, right? It can't serve, 1 person cannot serve that huge number of smallholder farmers. Then there is also the issue, so this has to do with availability. And what we are doing at Extension Africa to solve this issue of availability is to see that there are youth. I'm also an agricultural graduate. Then the question is, why are we not taking? We have around 5,000 graduates every season. Every session. Season because I'm used to agriculture. So every session, we have around 5,000 graduates, and they are not taking up extension as a course. Why? So the second one is the reliability. We have around 7,000 public extension workers, and they are no longer reliable because there is no consistency in terms of knowledge, access to knowledge. Things are changing, climate-smart agricultural practices, and there is no one to continuously train them, and the government does not have that funding, which is estimated around 7,000 extension workers. So what we did was to now create what we call the Coursera for Agricultural Extension, harmonize content, digitize them, and make sure that it's available to individuals so that they can learn and work as extension workers. The third one is the sustainability, right, which is the cocoa, sorry to use that, the matter, right, the issue. So for youth is you don't want to spend 5 years, and when you graduate, you're not earning. Most of us then, why we went for agricultural economics is because we want to put on that style, yeah? Yeah, so especially for Gen Zs. So what is happening is the current revenue per month is 30,000 naira. So you can't finish and you don't want to take up that type of course. So what we are doing here is now decentralizing the extension system, using what we call the Uber of extension, our technology solution called Farmex, where this agent can provide multiple services from seed to market, right, including financial institutions, seed companies, and can serve multiple roles. And here, using this model, we've seen that have rise from 30,000 to around 90,000, and even in some cases, 150,000. Then the last component of it is the industry effect. If you go to the rural communities and you ask the farmer, do you want to pay for extension? They will definitely say it's a capital no. They are not willing because it's perceived as a government responsibility. So, but the other stakeholders that are paying and willing and wanting the extension system to work more than the farmer is the industries, because each industry have extension agents. I saw FX have multiple agents that are aggregating. Premier Seed have multiple agents that are working as sales agents for its seed company, and like that. But the problem is, once they finish that season activity, the agent goes back home and sits, and it's not been engaged, right? And it's estimated that each company is paying around 70,000 naira per month. So the farmer acquisition costs become very expensive. And what we are doing is saying, after that agent have served effects for commodity aggregation within October to December, can that same agent work with Premier Seed to sell seeds in say, for instance, in February? So working multiple jobs and earning commission as they serve. Thank you.
Oh, that's a very brilliant idea. Please, a round of applause for Isa. Thank you so much for that. The one thing I've just taken out from what you've said is how an agent can earn from multiple streams, right, working with different partners. So there's that need for synergy and collaboration. I'm coming to you, Mr. Bello. Synergy across the sector is very, very important. So how can technology leverage on this synergy? Tell us what you're doing with Yildex. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But before I go into what we're doing at Yildex, how we're using technology to build synergy, especially at the grassroots level for the smallholder farmers, I want to talk about how synergy has brought us as an entity to where we are today. Yildex, in the real sense of it, is a startup. We were conceived about 3 years ago. But today, by virtue of the power of strategic partnership and synergy, we are sitting at this panel with these big industry players, all thanks to the partnership we have built with Sterling Bank. I want to say that Sterling Bank is one of the biggest partners that any agri-tech or agribusiness can ever aspire to have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So back to how we're using technology to build synergy, especially for the smallholder farmers. Yildex is agri-tech, and our mission is to build a platform, a one-stop shop, IT platform where all value chain actors, from the input suppliers to the off-takers to the financial service providers, can work together, especially with the smallholder farmers, so that they're able to, all the value chain actors are able to optimize their operations. They are able to deliver their services for the benefit of the system. Because there is no denying the fact that the agricultural value chain as it is now is fragmented, and then the whole can never be the same if the some parts are not connected. The system can work only if there is interconnectedness and interdependence between the value chain actors. So we have come up, we've designed some products that support this platform. We have what we call the grower management system, which helps us to profile our farmers and then provide all the necessary support, extension, monitoring of their activities, from soil testing to farm measurement up to harvest. We also have what we call the digital inventory finance management system, which is essentially taking the next step after harvest, then what happens next to the produce. So this takes farmers' harvest, store them in designated warehouses so that their produce are now transformed into digital assets, which financial institutions can use to provide facilities for. So essentially the platform has enabled us to link smallholder farmers with financial institutions, with off-takers, increasing visibility of the smallholder farmers within the value chain, and enabling them to access various support, thereby helping them to increase their production.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bello. Thank you. My audience, you're not clapping. You're not clapping for my speakers.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Digital transformation isn't just about tools. It's about people. The most important people in the room today, the farmers, right? And for far too long, the sector has been plagued with what I call the 3 Ps: pain, penury, and poverty. How can Seamless HR help the smallholder farmers leverage digital tools to improve their livelihoods? Thank you.
Thank you. The work we do primarily was for white-collar companies. And so like Sterling Bank, FX, we have a lot of our customers in the audience. And there lies part of the challenge. When everybody thinks about payroll and HR, you think about white-collar people. And the biggest employer of labor in Africa, in Nigeria today, is the agri sector. It's the farmer, who's constantly excluded when you think about working people, solutions, the digital solutions for working people. So we had an extension of our business model a few years ago when we started building financial services on payroll, because payroll is a tap that supplies the economy. So you earn a salary, and the consumer takes that salary to get shelter, to get food, to get mobility, to do all the things that people do with money. And so what if you're able to layer financial services on payroll? What if you're able to aggregate large numbers of payroll? Like I said, we do payroll now for nearly 2,000 governments and companies across Africa. So what if you're able to layer financial services and benefits on payroll for working people? And that mission is taking us to now build out an embedded finance layer on our payroll. And last year we got an equity investment from the Gates Foundation, equity not grant, to specifically focus on blue-collar workers as well, and to include blue-collar workers in these opportunities that we're building. And if you think about farmers who work today, what's the pension plan of farmers? How do farmers get access to health insurance? Do they even think about health insurance? Do they even know that health insurance is possible? I used to be a doctor, and I used to work in a hospital in Osun State, in Ilesha, and would have farmers whose kids will die of malaria because they don't have 500 naira to pay for drugs. And when we walked in the hospital, you would go to the hospital with a stash of cash because you had to pay for patients, indigent patients, to just save a life. These are the folks who need health insurance the most. But society is structured in such a way that the work they do doesn't give them access to health insurance. So part of what we're doing now is trying to create systems that funnel the income that farmers make, especially farmers who work with aggregators, because we're working with a pool of 600,000 tea farmers in Kenya who supply their tea leaves to tea factories, and those tea factories pay them every month. Now, that looks like salary. And so we're building a system that allows us to see the income come in every month, and then now layer things like health insurance on that. Because once you have that visibility, then it makes sense for partners to be able to come in to layer things that was formerly the exclusive rights of white-collar workers, so that farmers can also have access to those things. And I'm personally, obviously, very passionate about the health insurance bit and the retirement planning bit, because farmers can only earn with their muscle. And if you go older and your muscle no longer work like it used to work, then your retirement plan should kick in. And if society is designed in such a way that there's no retirement planning for farmers, then society is unfair to the people who feed us. And so those are some of the missions that we're on, and we're just getting started, hopefully partnering with many people in the audience. And if we do come back next year, we'll be able to give you some results on the blue-collar farmer side of the work we're trying to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's actually very commendable. I was with Hajia Rabi in Kaduna. She was like, Vera, I'm getting old. My son is studying botany. My daughter is studying plant biology or something. These are my retirement plans. So what we're saying is farmers don't have to think about retirement plan. Seamless HR is putting in structures to ensure that after these farmers have fed us, they have something to fall back to. So thank you. Please, another round of applause for that innovation. And to the government. Peter Drucker said, innovate or die. And we know that we really cannot make very significant innovation at scale without the government's backing. So what policy frameworks, public-private partnerships are being prioritized to accelerate digital transformation in the sector? Tell us, please.
Thank you very much, Vera. First of all, I think the current administration has been very deliberate about agriculture and food security, right from changing the name of the ministry to agriculture and food security, as opposed to rural development. And also, if you look at it now, there's specificity in terms of, crop production, livestock, fisheries. You've got dedicated ministries taking care of that. I think that is a strong body language, and that has been backed with, substantial increase in funding when it comes to agriculture. The mere existence of, even funds like the National Agricultural Development Fund, the recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture, I think, and also the existing frameworks for de-risking agriculture that we are leveraging on. I think all of these are really good when it comes to, public-private partnerships, and also the growth of agriculture, if you look at it. As far as regulation is concerned, I like saying this, Vera, that having been an innovator for actually all my life, now I understand what it means to regulate technology or agricultural technology. When an innovator looks at things like drones and say, I want the government to approve a drone, I think it should come from a place of value rather than a place of technology. So what do you want to do? What value are you, creating to the ecosystem or to the sector? Let's look at it from that. That helps the government in terms of looking at it rather than thinking everybody is coming with, a ballistic missile-laden, UAV. Sometimes it's just a quadcopter with a camera that's going to map a piece of land, and that needs to be clear, right? Secondly, I think the approach of the government, the Ministry of Agriculture would be more fit to talk about this, but if you look at it, there is a presidential priority for food security. Literally, there's a bond signed by the ministers of agriculture and other ministries concerned to deliver on specific deliverables as far as agricultural, productivity is concerned. I think there's no better, avenue for both the public and private sector to come and play in agriculture than that. Even the most advanced agricultural economies in the world are heavily backstopped by the government. Yes, in the US, financial institutions do most of the funding, but they are definitely 100% backstopped by the government. That is what we are seeing currently, and I think with the sweeping economic reforms we're witnessing, there's no better sector to really deliver and change lives and change the trajectory of this country than agriculture. Most of the speakers, all of them actually have said it, so I'm preaching to the choir anyway. Everybody here knows this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nasir. It's actually very exciting to hear the good work you're doing with the government in promoting and facilitating partnerships. And indeed, we're witnessing glimpses of digital transformation in the sector, from the young guy using drones to power farms, to plant, right, to even weed, such that there's precision, there is no wastage, and there's efficiency and very improved yield. I'm coming back to you, Daniel Huber. The issue of, you've told us the fantastic thing you're doing with a lot of organizations, including Sterling Bank, to create access, right, to finance, right? But impact at scale often depends on affordability and trust, right? So what is MasterCard Foundation doing to ensure that farmers, especially the rural ones who lack smartphones, digital literacy, and some form of formal identification, how are you bridging that gap?
Yeah, so affordability, trust, and I will dare add rural connectivity are very critical enablers to any digitized society, and most importantly, any inclusive society. Now, from a MasterCard perspective, we know that there are things we can do well, but there are things we cannot solely resolve. So when it comes to, for example, the issue of ensuring that the technology can be able to reach the rural communities, we've deployed innovations around offline capabilities to enable our partners who are rolling out solutions to leverage our offline rails to make it possible to deliver services. But technology is just one leg. How do we ensure also that we reduce the cost to serve because there is connectivity available at last mile? It is because of that that MasterCard did launch last year a platform we call Mobilizing Access to Digital Economy, basically an alliance of actors to reduce the cost to serve when you roll out digitization. Under MED, we partner with World Bank, with the African Development Bank, a number of global actors such as Microsoft, and I'll just give you a few cases. So in Kenya, for example, we work with Microsoft to provide, connectivity, internet connectivity to farmer cooperatives as digital hubs, so that it's a bit cheaper for them to afford connectivity and plug in services. We are also working with international organizations such as HEIFA to be able to then provide capacity building to farmer groups or anchors. And the idea there is to be able to allow for adoption of technologies at a way in which it is slightly cheaper, so that then there is a level playing field for everyone to roll out solutions. And last example I'll give is basically mobilizing de-risking instrument, whether they are guarantees or fast loss programs, to make it possible and affordable for banks such as Sterling to be able to lend to the sector. In our view as MasterCard is that when we all collaborate together to reduce the cost of doing business, private sector, international development organization, and government, we will make it affordable, but we'll also make it sustainable over the long haul. And those are some of the instruments and actions we are putting together to reduce the cost to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Thank you. We're actually running out of time, so I would love us to quickly take just a few more questions and then we welcome questions from the audience. Isa, you're in the field 247,
Yeah.
right? 365 days in the year. What are the gaps you see? And what are the low-hanging fruits? And how can technology improve productivity? Tell us.
Okay. Yeah, because they said there's no time. I wanted to give a story, but in 2023, right? We were monitoring smallholder farmers, and this specific farmer in Kaduna, where while we were monitoring that specific farmer, we realized that that farmer have received input credit from almost 5 different organizations for the same commodity. So one thing that it's very clear is the funding that is also available, the little funding that is also available is underutilized because one farmer is taking for multiple, what is supposed to go to 5 farmers is going to 1 farmer. And this has to do because partly what my colleagues talked about, because there is no database that allows us to understand which farmer have received what and which farmer have not received. These have heavily increased the loan default rate, and that is why financial institutions are also not willing to give loans again to these smallholder farmers. And it's causing more harm to even the agribusinesses who are new into the system or providing technological solutions. So the area where we can partner, honestly, is the DPI system, where we are able to harmonize the database for the smallholder farmers. And it's not like technology cannot solve it, but we need to use the frugal approach, a hybrid model. Because you might have a satellite imagery that measures the field of the farm. Yes, you can be anywhere within the country and be seeing what is happening. But the truth is, the farmer is reporting that same field. Yes, it's growing, but unknown to you, that field belongs to multiple companies. So if we can harmonize and identify, have a database that allows us. So what I'm saying here is a coordinated system where farmers' profiles are standardized using a DPI system where we can trace and also even be able to tell what information is going to the farmers. One other thing I will say here is we've seen multiple content also. Here, this in terms of advisory now. Multiple content developed by so many organizations. So the question is, what should the farmer pick from? Who should the farmer listen to? So there is need, what we are seeing on the field, and the opportunity is once we are able to harmonize our activities using AI, thanks to AI now, so many things, the DPI, the Rails infrastructure can allow us to develop a system where each organization can seamlessly just have an API structure and plug in and be able to understand what is happening across the farmers. So by doing this, we'll be able to reduce first the farmer acquisition cost he talked about, because it's stated currently at around $40 per farmer, which is extremely high. Before you even start the business, you're losing money already. So this is what I would say that we can do together, and the low-hanging fruit that we can reduce the farmer acquisition cost and even reduce the loan default by almost 70%. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With all of these innovations, the farmers will be attractive to the banks to unlock lending. To you, Mr. Bello, logistics and supply chain optimization, especially around storage, remains a nightmare to the sector, not just to the smallholder farmers, right? Especially seeing losses of up to 30 to 50% that we had referenced earlier. What is Yildex doing to change this narrative or solve this problem? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yildex is working together with Sterling Bank to address this challenge. And what we're doing is to support the SABEX project of the Sterling Bank. And the SABEX project, for those of us here that don't know, it's about supporting aggregators, grain aggregators, off-takers, and large-scale farmers to provide a warehousing facility for their produce. Under the partnership we're doing with Sterling Bank, we're extending this to smallholder farmers, because the smallholder farmers they suffer the highest loss due to their low capital basis. The loss, the impact is usually more on them, and to the extent that they may not be able to go into production in the next cycle. So we're starting in Kano. We have identified about 12 warehouses, which will equip with some cleaning and drying equipment, because most of the loss actually happens as a result of lack of drying to standards, to sufficient moisture content, and cleaning up to certain standards. So these warehouses are strategically located in some farming clusters, where farmers in those clusters are able to bring their commodities to be sufficiently dried and cleaned, and then warehoused in these warehouses. And sorry, I'm short of words here. So the advantage of this is also the fact that the farmers are able to use their collaterals stored in these warehouses for loans to engage in off-season farming activities. For clusters that have access to irrigation facilities, this will also enable them to continue dry season farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bello.
Right.
The partnership with Sterling Bank, SABEX, and UDEX is unveiling very beautifully. SABEX is a digital commodity trading platform that allows the bank to facilitate finance to the smallholder farmers, such that whenever they harvest, those commodities are stored in designated warehouses close to them, and those commodities can then help them unlock up to 70% of the value of that commodity. So they quickly go back to the farm and continue farming, continue doing what they know how to do best. They are not under pressure to sell to middlemen, right? Or at very low, ridiculous prices. Instead, they can store their commodities, get access to funding, and when the commodities appreciate in value, right, they can then sell. And the platform allows for negotiations, I think up to 3 times, and then you close the deal. So what that platform is also doing is bridging the gap between the smallholder farmers and the agro-processors, right? So well done, Sterling Bank. Thank you. All right. To conclude, Emmanuel, you are very passionate about the well-being of the smallholder farmers. What happens, what happens to them after their active life of farming, right? So how can UDEX ensure that the digital inclusion of these farmers translates into long-term security for the farmers, especially when it comes to their life after active farming?
Yeah, so my view at this is that, especially when you have younger generation of people who don't want to work on the farm. I grew up on the farm as well. So there's some connection to agriculture for me. My dad was a vet doctor, and we had poultry and fishery and all these things. So I experienced farming, and I'm not on the farm, right? So I see that younger people are leaving, and we do have to make agriculture attractive. We can speak as much as we like. It's what we do that matters. It's how society arranges itself to make people find what they're looking for. And I think the country pays a price by not arranging society well. If we don't make yields increase so that it's more profitable to farm, more people will choose not to farm. If we don't do the kind of things that I said we're doing in Seamless, trying to build technology that helps aggregate farmers and give them access to things that their education will support. So people who have graduated, you're asking them to go back to the farm, but they're not going to get health insurance, they're not going to get pension. People will not go to the farm. And so there's a bit of an urgency to the things that we're doing. We're, for instance, working with health insurance companies, negotiating premiums as hard as we can, convincing people. It's a hard job because there's a reason why these things are not happening. People are not seeing these things. So it's taking us a lot of work and not giving up to keep convincing the stakeholders, whether it's the old pension administration industry, credit providers, Sterling Bank. I've personally spoken to at least 30 banks across Africa, and I'm not kidding. And Sterling is the most engaged of all the banks that we've spoken to. And I would say that behind Sterling. But it's difficult to convince society to pay attention to these things. But difficult is part of the work. We're not running away from difficult. If it wasn't difficult, it won't be a job. And like I said when I spoke at first, we're looking forward to be able to come back here next year with some results. Today we have results with private security companies. We have over 100,000 security guards. Today we're doing some work in Kenya, and we're just beginning to do work in the agri sector in Nigeria. And hopefully next year we'll be able to share some testimonials of some breakthroughs we will have made in making agriculture more attractive for young people and just making life more meaningful for the people who will feed us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm talking about coming back next year. I would love to throw one question, the final question to each and every one of us here. If you could form a strategic partnership, in simple terms, marry someone amongst, as in pick someone to marry amongst your co-panelists, who would it be? Feel free. We are polygamous in nature in Africa, so you can marry more than one wife. So, starting with you, Emmanuel, who would that be? And what outcome would we see in the next 12 months coming to ASA again?
I think the smart thing to do is to marry Sterling Bank. Because Sterling will bring the rest. Yeah, it will bring all of the partners together. Yeah.
Very smart. Daniel?
That's a tricky question, right? We already married to a number of actors. So Sterling Bank, we're already doing work together in Kaduna, together with Yildex. I will say that for me, over the next 12 months, is given we play an ecosystem role as MasterCard, if we can be able to find an ecosystem in a very specific geography that all of us are working together, that we can then demonstrate in the next conference, that we went to a state in Kaduna or Kano, to this community, and connected them to life insurance, connected them to extension service, connected them to storage, and demonstrate that with government. That will be a beautiful story to tell. Thank you.
Wow, very beautiful. Thank you. Mr. Bello?
I think we'll marry Sterling Bank over and over again. Why do I say that? Because Sterling Bank has really elevated us. In our strategic growth plan, we never thought we'd get to this stage of our growth to the extent that we'll be sitting here. It was only through our partnership with Sterling Bank. And it's also worthy to mention the fact that this model that we're talking about, the SABEX model, we've shared this proposal with a couple of financial institutions, but we never got any listening ear. So, but when we approached Sterling Bank to buttress the fact that Sterling Bank is one of the most innovative financial institutions in the country.
Thank you.
When we approached Sterling Bank, that is when we realized that they have a similar product, and they easily bought into our idea, and then we just got along like a house on fire.
We didn't have to ask for the list.
Okay.
The list that
so I'm
has
not sharing
someone.
that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm coming to you. Isa, who would you marry?
Yeah, Daniel was just talking. He was trying to propose to me, but I don't know. You did not mention extension. I'm like, I'm here. So definitely what I see, we're already in partnership with Sterling Bank, and what MasterCard is trying to do with the farm pass, it's something that Extension Africa wants to do. We recently just signed, we'll be launching a new product, like I talked about, developing the rails, the infrastructure where ecosystem players can work with, which aligns perfectly with what you've described. And I think we can take this further and by next year bring up results. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Nasir?
Well,
I know we're all yours for just.
so the government really, I think I'll take a radical approach. Being an ecosystem player and enabler, the government really has to get married to the idea. The whole idea of, us coming together, the agricultural productivity, the, economic growth, that is, if these things are here, that's what we would get married to. But you haven't been very democratic, something very, ungovernmental of you. Everyone got 2 questions, so I'm going to force my way to giving 1-minute comment because I wasn't asked my second question. And this is key, and I'm only doing this because this is a very, very transformational avenue. I feel we need to sort of have a shift in terms of intensification versus increased productivity. When we talk about coming together to, clear more land, to get more fertilizer, to pump in more money, I think we need to remember that what is key really is to utilize what we have for it to give us more. We need to adopt and utilize the technologies available to enable us to do that, ranging from, the quality planting materials to, the animal science we need to invest in, down to the type of soilless farming that is evidence-based and that can be done to, improve key value chains. We need to be able to look at this not just from a government point of view, but from an ecosystem point of view, from a corporate point of view, from a financial investment point of view. And I'm really glad with the work that Seamless and MasterCard and Yieldex and indeed Extension Africa are doing. We need to see more. We need these kind of sandboxes, these conversations. We need these ideas. So I'm married to the idea, and the government is too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think at this point we'll take questions, live questions from the audience or online.
Forgive me, madam. Earlier on, I made an announcement that if you have questions, it is very, very easy for you to write them down. We can take so much of it. But when we are taking live questions, we really can't take much. Okay, so please, if you can put down those questions, I'll read them out quickly. But I'll take yours live questions quickly.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn Harrell. I am the team lead at Farm to Field Foods Limited, and I also represent Farm Junction Foundation at this event. So my question is to the extension man, right? I like what you do with communicating research outcomes to farmers and especially for young graduates. But my question is, what's the synergy between your agency and the academia? Because you mentioned that you work with research institutes and then you communicate research outcomes. I have realized that a lot of brilliant researches are just lying fallow on university library shelves. So what do you do with the academia in communicating the outcomes of their research? And again, secondly, how do you localize outcomes of research such that it is effective and sustainable and simplified enough for grassroots farmers? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that brilliant question. So Nigeria has around 23 research-based, agricultural research-based institutions. And just like you said, all the research findings are out there. But what we are doing with AGRA is to harmonize those content, digitize them into 3D animations and videos, then translate them back to the local language. We have started with Hausa and Yoruba. And make it available. Then in terms of the student, what we are doing, so we developed, because there is variation between what the industry wants and what the academia is bringing up, right? The youth don't have the skill required. The minimum, I can tell you, it's just field mapping. Then you have a graduate who cannot use any of those applications to do normal field mapping, which can end them, just measuring 1 hectare can end them around 5,000 or 15,000, depending on the service provider you're working with. So what we are doing is we developed what we call the Graduate Agribusiness Extension Program, and SAEP. So we, just like catching them young, starting from 400 level and 500 level, we've partnered with BUK, and now also in the South, we've partnered with other universities to see that we are able to train these youths on the skills that are needed outside, so that once, even before graduating at 500 or 500 level, they can start rendering these services to multiple organizations. Yeah, so this is what we are doing. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Isa.
Thank you. Can we take one from upstairs at the gallery? Anybody here at the gallery? Okay, no one for now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Paul, consultant with Fiki Veterinary Service Nigeria Limited, and also a senior lecturer in the university. My number one question is to the government. What are the measures put in place to cope corruption in distribution of input to our rural farmers? Because most times, whenever government want to give out this input, it ends in the hands of people that are not farmers. So our farmers ended up buying from them at a high cost. Number two, the cost of most of our inputs are very high. Farmers have money to buy. So what are we doing about the cost of input? Number three, to the Sterling Bank. My brother that gave a speech earlier mentioned land and other things that are needed before a loan is acquired, especially when you want to collect loan for input and other things. They will ask for collateral. Governments are not ready to sign collateral. It will take 2-3 years to get a collateral to access a loan. So what are we doing, like a bank, to make sure funds are available to the farmers without this long process of collateral? And finally, what is the level of awareness among our rural farmers in the area of climate change? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very quickly, I think Nigeria gave the world one of the best frameworks for input distribution when, I think in 2013, the e-wallet system was deployed. And now there's a variation of it called AgroPocket. So we do have a very robust system of input distribution. It's going through a lot of learnings, and there are a lot of variations of issues ranging from timing and supply chain challenges that are being fixed. And I'm pretty sure if you're an actual farmer, you must have heard of one of these. Secondly, regarding the access to the input, I think there's a whole new approach now to bundled services beyond input that the government is putting in place. Like I mentioned earlier regarding the reforms in the agricultural sector, I'm pretty sure if you are a player, you would have come across many of the initiatives that are being done by so many ministries, departments, and agencies of government concerning agriculture. We can have a chat if you want to hear more about that, and I'm pretty sure if you spoke to anybody from the Ministry of Agriculture, they'd also be able to give you more information. Thank you. There's a third question for Sterling.
Yeah, thank you, Nasir. There was also a panel session focusing on land, or that focused on land access and all of those, and I know those panelists did justice to those questions, but some of them are still here, and we can also engage. Now, for Sterling, I think I'll wear the hat now I'll drop the hat of the moderator and wear the hat of a business development officer with Sterling. Sterling Bank is the only bank that I know of that has 18% of its loan portfolio dedicated to funding the agricultural space in Nigeria. Because we believe that the sector, that feeding the nation is everybody's responsibility. And that's actually the mantra that guides our action in the space. From when we started that business, because we see it as a business, yeah? And when we started business in 2011, we've disbursed loans of up to $300 million. And we know we haven't actually scratched the surface. And that's why we always, every year, hold a session and other activities sessions to talk about how everybody can collaborate to solve this gap in the space. And I really don't know who told you about bringing land. For us, you've heard what Eudex said. We're working together to see how we can, or we've actually done it, but we're doing much more to see how we can leverage on alternative forms of collateral. We have partners in the room that provide credit guarantee for loans, right? This is 2025. Nobody should be talking about providing land for collateral or providing houses. These farmers, what they do, what they want to do is continue to invest in their businesses. So what we do is we leverage what we have then financed as a collateral. We partner with insurance companies to give us covers, right? To ensure that even from production, the steps or the agronomic practices are followed, right? Then we then fall back on credit guarantee. And then with what we're doing with Eudex, right? We're partnering with them to create warehouses such that whatever the farmers have then farmed are put in the warehouses. They are then issued e-receipt, right? That then serves as collateral to unlock more loans from the bank, yeah? Then for livestock farmers, the biological assets are the collateral. So we leverage on trust receipts, stock hypothecation, just alternative forms of collateral to ensure that we're able to unlock loans to players in the space. And what we are now doing with FarmPass, building digital identity. So for us, character of the obligo, of the customer, is very important for us. If we're able to build that digital identity right, we can know who we fund, right? And we can know how to, identify the gaps and the issues in their businesses, no matter how remote they are in any state and in any location. So that's what we're doing in Stellenbosch. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. I'd like to take this question. How can people without tech background participate in digital agriculture?
Okay. Should I take that first? How can people without a tech background participate
in agricultural space?
Okay, I would answer it and I'll give you the mic. I read animal science in school. No tech background whatsoever. I think the industry, the landscape is changing. You don't necessarily, and technology or innovation is not turning water into wine. It's the simple things. It's solving problems. So you don't necessarily have to have tech background to do agribusiness, right? Look at our farmers in the remote area. We are then bringing advancement to them. Tech is just an enabler. It has come to shape or change the way we do things. We used to write letters, for those of us who write love letters, but now with a simple WhatsApp message, you can reach out. So tech is just leveraging on what already is and enabling. So Nasir, you can also
Thank you very much for that. And by the way, the question is also really important. So I'm an advocate of this idea of radical inclusivity, the fact that we really cannot leave anyone behind. And we need to make sure that from the point of developing solutions to the point of actually using them, we need to make sure that everybody is included. This is key because you need to look at, especially agriculture from a market perspective. Even if you can use the best technology, even if you have access to the most incredible tractor or mobile app or satellite data, what you really need is to have a market that wants whatever you are producing in the right quality and quantity that you're producing it, right? So importantly, if you're an agri-tech or if you're working for government like me, what we should really focus about or on is the value that's being created with the technology and not the technology itself. Remember my drone example. It's not really about the drone. It's about, say, mapping, risk areas for flood, or getting land titles, or, providing agricultural extension. So the technology here is irrelevant, and it can be democratic. It is benign in nature. It is usable. What you use it to do is what matters, and there's actually no barriers. The best sort of technologies are the ones that everyone can use. So that's what we should focus on, and don't think you can be excluded just because you're not into tech. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you so much. And to add to that, to those who are the smallholder farmers, please, you need to listen to the media. As small as the radio space is, Sterling Bank is disseminating information to help all of you. Now to the next question from Chibuzor. How do you intend to cascade the ideas to local farmers in the Northwest, primarily the Bay States? I believe that has been answered earlier on.
I think, Isa, you touched on that, but you can.
Yeah. So I believe the person is looking at the socioeconomic characteristics of the farmers there. Maybe they don't have phones, they can operate technology, Android-based phones. So what we have is, just like he have mentioned, is we're using multiple approach in terms of the dissemination, starting with USSD, IVR. We currently even have a call center, which is a free call line for the farmers so that we can still reach them. And lastly, we're still having, it's not like, just like he made mention, it's not like technology is sweeping up everything, it's just enhancing the process. So there's still demonstration plots that are still established where farmers learn on the field, and we still have in-classes trainings for smallholder farmers. Even in, I think we are working with Mastercard in the BAYG state, and even Mexico, where we are disseminating information to smallholder farmers there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, for some of the questions that have been asked, while they were speaking, those questions have been answered. And also, the next session, there are some questions here that are connected to the next session we're going to have after now. So please forgive me if I do not take those questions. What is the one magic wand that will align policy pronouncements to productivity and results? The magic wand that will align policy pronouncements to productivity. I believe that those are actionable.
Not sure you can. I thought we've touched on it.
Step on it, but really it's execution. However beautiful, we had agricultural promotion policy, we had really beautiful policies. I think for me it's execution. Execution is the one. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you so much.
But forgive me, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a gentleman who has been standing and waiting at the overflow. Please, can we take his question and then we close it there?
All right. Good morning. My name is Abdurrahim Ibrahim, and I'm the founder of Greenest Technologies. I want to ask, as we push for food security, how can Sterling Bank support locally built agricultural technologies like drones and IoT systems from companies such as ours to reduce dependency on imports and improve local capacity? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. For Sterling, we just developed a product that would allow us fund innovations, mechanized tools, right, that would, of course, improve efficiency and also reduce the devastating effect of climate change, right, and the businesses of the people that we're actually impacting. So we have a product, right, that is allowing us unlock funding for agtechs, right, because we know that innovation is very key. So we have that product, and I have some officers, around. We also have a booth there, so you could engage for further information to access that product. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, everyone, today. The sessions have been insightful. A round of applause for my panelists again, right? The sessions have been very, very impactful. we've the truth. So many revelations have been laid out here, especially from the government. We've seen a lot of things that you're doing, and today's conversations reinforces one truth, right? The future of agriculture in Africa will be digital, inclusive, and data-driven. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. We've heard what Seamless HR is doing to improve the livelihoods of the people that feed us, to what MasterCard is also doing in creating digital identity for farmers, and what Yieldex is doing to reduce post-harvest losses, and the role the government is playing to create an enabling environment for technology to thrive, and of course how Extension Africa is reaching the farmers at the last mile innovatively. Indeed, it's time for us to wake up, and I will close with the saying, an Igbo proverb, and it says that Umboye jikelu botutuoma. It means whenever you wake up, it's your morning. Africa, it's time to wake up. It's time to create the digital renaissance that we seek. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much. Can we give our panelists a big, big round of applause, and also our moderator? So for the next few seconds, I'll need us to take pictures quickly, and also we have a presentation to be made to you. Allow me to invite the Executive Director, South Alternative Bank, Korede Demola Adeni, to please join us on stage. After now, I will be inviting for spoken word an amazing gentleman, Mohammed Al Amin Sanusi. I want him to be on standby. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, can we bring the boxes for Madame to hand over to our panelists? I'm told the deal room is open. As you all know, last year we had, the essence of this deal room is to facilitate investment and partnerships for agriculture projects by connecting agri-businesses, innovators, and investors in a marketplace environment. Last year, we were excited that the sum of $100 million was raised in the deal room. So this year, we hope to go beyond that border. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, can we give our moderator and the panelists a big, big round of applause? Allow me to invite to the stage Mohammed Al Amin Sanusi. He will be taking us through a very, very short spoken word, a form of poetry. Please, can we give him a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests. esteemed organizers, partners, and all passionate advocates for Africa's growing future. It's an honor to stand here today at the Agricultural Summit Africa 2025. My name is Mohammed Al-Amin Sanusi, and permit me today to share my message with you, titled, Reclaiming Our Food Destiny. Green is not just a color. Green is our future. Green is not just a land. Green is life. Green is not just a dream. Green is destiny. Africa is blessed. Over 60% of the world's arable land lies in our hands. Yet, food insecurity still haunts and preys on our nation. We import what we can grow. We lose what we can harvest. How did we drift so far from what should be our strength? This summit, the Agricultural Summit Africa, themed the survival of the greenest. For us, survival means more than sustaining. It means thriving. Reclaiming our food destiny is not just a slogan. It is our urgent mission. Green means sustainability. Green means resilience in the face of climate change. Green means innovation, digital farming, agri-tech, and precision agriculture. Green means finance. Green finance, investment, and credit for our farmers. Green means inclusion. Smallholders, farmers, youths, and women working together. But we cannot do this alone. Policymakers, we need both policies that support climate-smart agriculture. Investors, we need capital flowing into green agriculture, not for a profit, but for a long-lasting legacy. Innovators, we need your ideas, your tech, and your courage. And to our beloved farmers, you are the heartbeat of this transformation. Your hands, your sweat, and your wisdom matters the most. Our destiny is not written by fate. It is written by our choices. If we act now together, we can transform Africa from a food importing continent into a food powerhouse. If we act now, we can build systems that feed our people and protect our planet. If we act now together, we can make survival of the greenest not just a theme, but our reality. So I call upon you, from this stage, from this moment, and from this summit, let's reclaim our food destiny. Let green be our strength. Let green be our revolution. Let green be our survival and our triumph. And it's high time we all come together to boost the green economy, because it is the new oil in the 21st century. Thank you.
That was strong, that was profound. Please, can we give the gentleman another round of applause, I beg of you. And as you all know, one of the great visions of Mr. President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for agriculture is to transform Nigeria into a food export powerhouse and achieve through increased mechanization, enhanced food security, and support for farmers. So they put in place key initiatives, and the amazing thing about this is Sterling Bank is working in that line. Please, can we give Sterling Bank a round of applause, I beg of you. Now we've come to the second session for today. Green money, green fields, mobilizing finance for climate, smart agriculture in Africa. Smart agriculture in Africa. So, and to handle this session is a seasoned business leader, a filmmaker, and sustainability professional with keen interest in women empowerment, youth development, access to quality education, and better healthcare. With 2 decades of corporate experience, she has built expertise in brand and marketing communications, strategy formulation and execution, team management, process improvement, strategic partnership, and business expansion. She sits on the board of the One Health Initiative, where she helps shape impactful policies and initiatives for medical practitioners and everyday Nigerians seeking better health care. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the very gorgeous, beautiful, intelligent Chief Executive Officer, Sterling One Foundation, Olakpeju Ibekwe. Can you help me? Let's bring this down.
Hello. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. It is my pleasure to introduce the distinguished panelists that will be joining me to discuss this very timely topic on mobilizing finance for climate-smart agriculture in Africa. On the list, I will be inviting right now Mr. Ayodeji Balogun. Mr. Ayodeji Balogun is the Group Chief Executive Officer of AFEX, where he is leading global teams of experts leveraging technology, innovative finance, and inclusive agriculture to connect agri-SMEs and smallholder farmers to commodity and financial markets. He is a global executive with a demonstrated history of driving growth and profitability in Africa's commodities markets. Ayodeji began his stint at AFEX by developing the company's new market entry strategy in East and West Africa. He then resumed as the country manager for AFEX Commodities Exchange Limited in Nigeria and the business lead for Africa Exchange Holdings Limited in West Africa. In both roles, he pioneered the development of a private sector led commodities and exchange and warehouse receipt system, and doubled as a product development manager, leading value chain development in the agriculture sector. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Next, I will be inviting the Director, Public Affairs and Government Affairs for Olam Agri, Mr. Ade Adefeko. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Ade Adefeko is a renowned commercial diplomat, global executive and visionary leader, widely recognized for his strategic influence and contributions across multiple industries. With over 35 years of professional experience, Ade has built an impressive legacy of achievement, bridging the private and public sectors with his deep expertise in agriculture, trade and investment, development finance, media communication, diplomacy, entertainment, and sports. An accomplished and people-centric leader, Ade possesses a unique ability to navigate complex global landscapes, leveraging his extensive networks, multilingual skills, and a keen understanding of international relations. His commitment to humanity and sustainable development has been a driving force in his career, making him a sought-after strategic advisor, policy influencer, and corporate leader. Today, he is a member of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, chairman of the Industrial Group Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, director of the Nigerian Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, chairman of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, honorary counsel of Botswana in Lagos, independent director at Mobi Health, a UK-based telemedicine company, director, of course, of Corporate and Regulatory Affairs at Olam Agri. Please put your hands together for him once more. We also have, representing Mr. Unzubechuku and Nisiobi, we have Ibukun. We have Ibukun, Ibukun Lua Upeke. Ibukun Lua Upeke is the Deputy Chief Operating Officer for Sunbirth Global Concepts. Ibukun Lua serves as the DCOO at Sunbirth, where she supports growth initiatives to drive capital raising, international market entry, and strategic investments across the value chain. She began her career in law, advising on regulatory compliance, governance, and cross-border operations, which equips her with the expertise to navigate complex regulatory landscapes in support of group's global ambitions. With experience in project management and multi-stakeholder coordination, Ibukun consistently translates strategic vision into measurable results. She is dedicated to building resilient systems that enhance long-term competitiveness and sustainable growth. Please put your hands together for Ibukun Lua. Also on my panel today is Mr. Kashetolu Lawal, the Acting Divisional Head, Corporate and Investment Banking Directorate, Sterling Bank. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Lawal is a seasoned banking professional with over 20 years of experience, spanning retail, commercial, corporate banking, trade, finance, fund management, and special projects. Kashe began his banking career in 1998 as a team member in the Management Information Systems team at Access Bank, formerly Intercontinental Bank PLC. He later transitioned to the corporate banking group, where he progressed from a relationship manager in retail and commercial banking to a team leader for corporate banking and national conglomerates. He eventually became group executive for the food and beverages group before departing in 2009. Between 2009 and 2014, he held leadership roles at Stanbic, Citi, ARM Investment Managers, and in 2014, he joined FBN Merchant Bank as head of origination and client coverage, leading business development and investment banking solutions across various sectors. Kashetolu holds a Bachelor of Science in Accounting, Master of Economics from the University of Lagos. He is a member of several professional bodies, including the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, the Certified Pension Institute of Nigeria, the Nigerian Institute of Management, and is a honorary member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kashi. Last and definitely not the least, I have Ms. Dumebi Oluwole. She is the lead economist at Stairs. Please put your hands together for her. Dumebi Oluwole is a Pan-African economist and consultant with over 5 years of experience, specializing in emerging and frontier markets. Currently the lead economist at Steers, she delivers data-driven insights that help investors and business leaders navigate complex economic environments with expertise in macroeconomics, alternative investments, commodities, and consumer analysis. Beyond her professional work, Dumebi passionately advocates for humanitarian causes, particularly in education, food security, youth empowerment, and community development. Please help me put your hands together for her. Now I have all my panelists here. Can I have those hands rolling for them? Thank you very much. So we are discussing today green fields, green money, mobilizing finance for climate-smart agriculture in Africa. For context, climate-smart agriculture refers to agricultural practices that help farmers adapt to climate change, to help them mitigate its impact, improve agricultural productivity, build resilience, and to ensure that they are not affected by the different risks that climate change poses. And from the different panels we've been having since yesterday, we know there are several of these risks, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent of Africa. I would like us to go straight to the point, and this will be my question, which every panelist will take a jab at from their different perspectives. I would like to start from Mr. Adefeko. From your experience, over 35 years of experience, what are the top 4 ways we can effectively attract financing for farmers in Africa to mitigate climate change effects?
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. I want to first of all commend Sterling Bank for this ASA 2025. I think I've been part of 2 or 3 ASAs, and I think this is a worthy cause, and I think it's something that should be supported. First and foremost, before I start, I want to premise on the fact that, sentiments do not win a debate. Data brings investment. So it's not about sentiments, it's about data. In God I trust, every other thing is data. So in the last 25, 30, 35 years, you must all understand first and foremost that green finance, is relatively new in this part of the world, particularly in Nigeria. Green finance, to a large extent, is very strong in the area of energy. Of course, I'm sure you must have heard of green bonds. That has been happening. But in the area of agriculture, it's still in its infancy. Again, I always like to, before I speak, always like to give background. That's very important. A lot of you must have heard of what you call the Malabo Declaration. The Malabo Declaration of 2014 states, if my memory serves me right, that 10% of budgets of governments should be devoted to agriculture. Nigeria's budgets in the last, since 2014, which is about, if my math is right, that should be 11 years, has oscillated between 1.5 to 3% max, Nigeria. Again, that's quite a sorry sight. A lot of people believe that government has no business in business, but government needs to provide that framework. And that framework is very, very important. Right now, access to finance is a bit of a problem, but it's not about throwing money at everything. What African countries need to do is to a large extent, organize their smallholder farmers into cooperatives. And those cooperatives should be supported by DFIs that have the capacity so that they can have access to single-digit credit. The credit right now is not single-digit, so it's very expensive. And again, back to what I spoke to. In God I trust, every other thing is data. There is no data that has really mapped out our African farmers. It's a bit of a problem. But we're moving in We're moving arithmetically rather than moving geometrically. Of course, for those of you who know what I mean by arithmetic is 1, 2, 3, 4, rather than geometric, which is 2, 4, 6. So I will speak to two areas. I think Africa, in some countries like Ethiopia, some countries like Kenya, they are far advanced, Zambia and the likes. They are far advanced in this because they have understood that agribusiness, again, let's not speak about agriculture. I will always like to correct people that agriculture is back in the day. First of all, it was farming. Then it became agriculture. Now it is agribusiness. It's a business. And we must treat it as such. Private sector involvement in agriculture is the elixir to growth and development. Private sector must be involved, and in doing that, African countries must have cooperatives for their farmers. Map out the farmers, the farming communities they have, smallholder farmers, and to a large extent, support them with single-digit facilities. But again, we have a bit of a problem. In some countries, communities own land, government owns land. So those parcels of land that are mapped out there belong to families, okay? But government has more or less taken those lands from them, appropriated them as it were. But a way out of this is, again, one, have farming cooperatives. That farming cooperatives, you've mapped them out, you already know the farming cooperatives X, Y, Z. Give them the areas to farm, give them the funding, support them after funding and cultivation. You take the proceeds off them and you take to market so that the entire value chain, they are covered. That we are not doing yet, but some countries are doing that. So I'm sure a lot of you must have heard me speak at different fora to what you call food sovereignty. People talk about food security. Food security is an integral part of national security. But national security and food security is good, but food sovereignty is more important. Food sovereignty ensures that whatever you have excess to export if there's a need, excess to put in your silos and your strategic grain reserves to take care of you for 1 year, 18 months, 2 years, when there's a bit of a problem. That, I think, is what we should work on, and the bulk of this will be done by our smallholder farmers organizing themselves in cooperatives. So capacity building is important for a lot of the companies out there who can offer capacity building, seed varieties of seeds that can multiply and give better yields. Those are the things we should look at. So government support is important to provide enabling environment. I will talk more as we proceed. I'm sorry for having taken this much time, but for me it was important to provide context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like Mr. Ayodeji to take the next response.
Thank you very much. So financing in agriculture is two inseparable twins, like most other businesses. But when you take the time consideration between production, gestation, processing, and logistics, if you're exporting, the shipping, it brings in a further twist to agriculture. Also, when you then take it the factor that you're working with a lot of natural, natural incidents. So your seed is a living organism, your plant or animal is a living organism, your environment and climatic condition is a living organism. It then brings some similar risks, that affect the financing. And they say finance and risk don't sit in the same room. So you have to take risk out for finance to come in. Then that brings us to the point about green financing. And then the fact that the world is in a, 2 degrees above the temperature across the world is a must for all of us in our generation. If you think COVID's challenge at the level of almost perpetuity, is the challenge ahead of us, which makes it quite daunting. We knew that there was going to be a drug and a vaccine. When the temperature of the world goes up by 2%, imagine the whole ice belt in the north flooding and water across the whole continent. And Africa, by geography, by destiny, by providence, is at the, takes a lion's share of all the risk, and most of our farmers are also not equipped to manage this. This then says, how do we solve this? First is, the biggest tool you can look at, in terms of how green finance has worked and can work for us is blending. And I think blended finance. And I think Sterling Bank is, one of the arts of this craft, really finding innovative ways to bring in either DFIs or foundations that have patient long capital with low expectation of returns, bringing in, depositors funds that are more expensive, and then finding a way to blend it, or sometimes with government as well. And then they then manage the risk and build several tools around insurance, like they've said in the earlier panel, to then sort of make this work. And players can tap into it. But the question is, what do you need to do to be able to be a beneficiary as an agriculture entrepreneur? You then have to start to think about what is sustainability, what are the ESG considerations. ESG is environmental, social, governance consideration into your business. Is your production self-sustainable? How are you using your waste products? If you're into fish farming, can you connect it with crop production so that your waste doesn't go? If you're into horticulture, what's your management for waste? What's your inputs? Can you bring in that sustainability? Energy is one. One of the things that we've done very well is to bring solar pumps, solar powered irrigation pumps for a lot of farmers. And we did this, at the back of the increased prices of fuel. So rice and wheat farmers, fuel production used to be a negligible amount. They buy 10 liter every 2-3 days to pump to power their pump that pumps water to power the field. But when fuel price went from 160 to 8,000, we knew it because of the cost of transport. For them, what was a negligible cost became 30% of cost of production. So for a lot of the farmers that we did, we worked with Shell Foundation and created a blended structure that allowed us to then give them loans to power solar pumps to be able to pump water from the ground and then use that instead of buying our fuel. So it dropped that and made that 30% of their cost additional profits for them. Some of the things that we really need to start to innovate on, bring in the capital markets angle, is how can we start to do the food security funds? State governments, for instance, can issue a bond tied to food security, tied to climate smart agriculture. They can issue bonds to renew irrigation facilities, reclaim arid lands and bring them back to commercial profitable use. These are things where we can, government can, but also private counsel can. Bank, for instance, can issue sukuk, commodity-backed sukuk. One of the things that we've done as a regulated commodities exchange, regulated by the Securities and Exchange Council, is to create commodity-linked instruments as part of the Investment and Securities Act 2025 that was passed. So you actually can take, commodities in a warehouse with a warehouse receipt bill and then go to the capital markets to securitize that and raise capital. And they're both the conventional funding mechanisms, but there's also the Sharia compliance components of those funding vehicles that could also be explored. So those are some of the innovations that we've seen at small scale, but also, at the larger scale when you look at capital market vehicles to unlock capital. One last fact is we really do need, there's a pool of funding globally because this is a big problem. The G20, it's a big agenda on the G20 coming up in South Africa this month. And this is something that Nigeria has not collectively articulated its share, and how we want to tap into this. And one of the challenges, taxonomy. How do we say my grandma in Ijebu that grows both maize and cassava on the same land, because that is being efficient, that is being land efficient, and that is being, that is green farming, it's reusable. How can we use that, and how do we take that small parcel of land, as fractionated as it is, to be able to tap into the larger pool of funds. When I look at a lot of the projects that come in, we're only getting 1% of the global green funding for agriculture in Africa, 1%, considering, that Africa population and the number of people we feed, we're 7% of the world, right? Only 1% is what we get in terms of the capital allocation. So how do we then create the projects that we do in a way that we name it, that they now qualify? Because a lot of them are endemically green smart, but we don't tick the box. And that's something where the renewable energy guys did very well. If you have a solar powered motorbike or a green lamp, it's very easy to get those financing. But when you come to agriculture, what is the taxonomy? How do you start to then say that my farm, if I combine a rice farm and a fish pond, I'm entitled to green finance? How do I then unlock that? That's where we need a lot of research and innovation and thinking around.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodeji. I would like the banker, Mr. Kashe, and also I would like your response to be very practical, because I am sure we have farmers in this room and online that really want to know how they can get financing today, tomorrow, for climate smart agriculture. So we would like it to be as practical as possible. You have the floor, Mr. Lawal.
Thank you, Peju. Luckily, I'm a farmer's son, so there's no other way to be but practical. And I also grew up on the farm, so it's not a farmer's son from far. And I've had interactions with Ayodeji in the course of the years. So in terms of accessing financing, let me also, to borrow from Ade, set some context. Financing for what we're trying to unlock, whether Nigeria or Africa, goes beyond banks, goes beyond government. Even statistically, there's far more money outside the banking sector today than within the banking sector. And that's why we continue to talk about financial inclusion. That money, some of it is ready to be invested, but there's just no avenue. So let us repurpose our mind to capture the entire ecosystem of financing to include monies outside banking. Now, why do I say that? We have talked about Cebex here, right? A product from Sterling. There's another digital platform that we have called OmniX. And what does OmniX do? Again, full disclosure, I'm a disciple, so I work in Sterling. And so I'm unashamedly an advocate. You see, Ayodeji is laughing. He knows our experience. So in terms of OmniX, or digitizing access to liquidity, right? You have a platform where, if we step back, maybe 5 years ago, we had a proliferation of people coming to crowdfund. Somebody wants to do poultry, he wants to do yam, he wants to do... So we'll go and raise money, and the monies will disappear. A lot of people, individuals, got their fingers burnt simply by participating in unstructured financing solutions. So where people saw a problem, we saw
an opportunity.
The opportunity for innovation. So what are we lending into such? One of the things that you learn from there is that there is appetite for investment in agriculture. You just need to make that investment something that people can understand and put their money behind. Now, again, let us set context. It is not everybody that is looking for profit. There are buckets of people that want to give back and make impact. And you, Peju, would understand what I'm talking about from your work in the Sterling One Foundation. Okay? There's a whole community of people that want to give back, but there is no data to guide them in ensuring that when they put in money, it makes the impact that they desire their money to make. All of that is tied nicely in what I call credibility. If you have an institution that puts its credibility behind a solution, people would participate. So there's already appetite to invest. You are digitizing access for those people to come and invest. So you're able to garner capital for financing climate-smart agricultural initiatives. But as I wrap up, there are other problems that we've discussed in several sessions in this particular ASA edition. I'll pick on one: risk. Risk is a major barrier. Data, all other things are barriers, but risk is a major barrier to putting money. You can't put money in what you don't understand, whether you're a bank or an individual. And there are various facets of risk. So we focus a lot on financial risk. We focus on, and we come up with solutions like insurance, guarantees, and things like that. But here's the kicker. If we take time and think of structure to de-risk, some money will not go into the beginning of a project. The kind of money that will go into that is probably an impact-focused funding source. So they start, and then private capital comes in to blend. And as private capital is coming in, you are now introducing all those financial instruments that will mitigate risk for financing. As you go along at the beginning, you would have also de-risked by training the farmer on the best agricultural practices to undertake. You would have de-risked by ensuring the farmers in clusters, as we've said on this panel, right, for scale, have access to the right type of inputs at the right time. And you would have de-risked by bringing in stakeholders that have access to capital to do things like irrigation through the life of planting to harvest. And then you'd also have those players that have storage to offtake and keep. Once that journey is clear, capital will come, because money is always looking for value. Money will never go where there's no clarity, except, well, for those that gamble, yes. But for actual business, once there's clarity, money will go. So in a nutshell, attract finance, we need collaboration of a lot of stakeholders. It will not be easy. It has not been easy since, and it will not be easy. But we must stay the course, because each year we come back to ASA, and there are other events and fora as well. You have increasing good news about impact. So today, we are no longer talking about drones for mapping as a thing of the future. It's already happening. We're no longer talking about providing storage. It's already happening. What we now need to do is work in concert, maybe through foundations like yours, to ensure that every stakeholder plays their part, including those of us that are providing financing, so that we can scale for impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawal. Maybe you're next. I would like you to share from your experience, what do you think are the most effective ways to address the challenge of financing for climate-smart agriculture in Africa?
Thank you very much, Pedro, and thanks to Sterling for this opportunity. Sitting here, I'm wearing two hats. So in my work with STARS, or at STARS, and interacting with various kinds of alternative investors, right? That's investment bankers, venture capitalists, DFIs, private equity, fund managers. We have realized two things: that there's actually interest in funding agriculture in Africa. But guess what? These investors, they want to know how to actually invest, that is the strategy to adopt. Am I doing growth equity? Am I doing private credit? Am I doing debt financing? And then the second thing they also want to know is where to invest. And that's where data comes in. They need the data to see what they want, what they're going to invest in, and to understand eventually to come up with a strategy on how to invest the money that they want to invest. Quick context. Across Africa right now, climate financing, the estimated gap is around 400, to achieve proper funding, $400 billion by 2030. That is the target or the estimate. As of 2022, we've only done $47 billion. So that means that there is an 88% funding gap that actual investors are interested in putting money in. But then again, the two questions that they need to answer, and data is what is going to get them there. The gap now is preparedness. So the question really is not about whether there is money to invest or if there is an interest in investing. It is how prepared are the people that need the funding, how prepared are they to receive that funding and to deploy the money that they're going to receive. And that is cut across two things: signaling and actual implementation. And this cuts across on the macro level and on the micro level. On the macro level, that's speaking to the government or government institutions. The first thing is signaling through policy and through regulation. And what that looks like is institutional reforms. On a broader level, we have seen how Forex reforms have supported investor interest, short-term investor interest, even into the Nigerian capital market. Equities market has grown 35% year to date, simply because of the reforms that we have taken up as of 2025. And what that means is that there is investor interest. But we have to make it more nuanced in the fact that we do institutional reforms. So the various bodies that are supposed to encourage these kinds of financing, they need to come out and they need to be more transparent in how they're going to implement the fund, how they're going to accept the fund, deploy the fund, and eventually monitor and, of course, make it more efficient. That way, they are signaling to investors that they are ripe to receive this funding. And when you attract investors through building their confidence, they are willing to stay longer. Because the goal here is not to attract short-term funding, but to attract long-term funding, patient capital. So if we don't do the right things, we'll only get short-term funding that is willing to pull out capital at the slightest chance of uncertainty. The second thing here is infrastructure. We have seen situations where, as a matter of fact, very good example, the 2021 flooding that happened. We know about the Lagdo Dam. It's not news that that when it gets to the very heavy rainy season, the dam is going to, before they're going to have to release the dam, it's going to flood and it's going to affect critical food producing states in Nigeria. However, we have not seen that proactiveness. And that in itself reduces investor confidence, because if an investor can lose almost $10 billion worth of products before it even gets to the market, it would disincentivize fresh investment from coming in. So that way, it means that infrastructure investment into critical agricultural initiatives is extremely important. The third thing on the macro level is actually encouraging subnationals. Why? Because the work doesn't just lie only with the federal government. There is also a lot of work that has to happen on subnational level. We have critical commodities that are central to different states. There's palm oil in the southeast or in eastern states. There is grain in the north. What are the state governments doing to prep themselves to attract this funding? We have very good examples in the United States where Texas, they're working on attracting investment, into their state for the various things that they are very good at. We know what's happening with the Silicon Valley. Each state knows what they are unique for and are working to attract the kinds of investors that are going to be very proficient for their state. I think that the mindset to prepare themselves and on a subnational level is extremely important. Now on the micro level, and this is where I wear the hat of the Director of Special Projects for Farm Junction Foundation. We started this year, and this year alone, we've interacted with about 300 plus farmers. And what we have realized on a data level is that these farmers are actually not really prepped to attract funding, the kind of funding that they need. Why? Because there is a knowledge gap. A knowledge gap exists because they don't know what the investors want. So they don't even know how to prep themselves or organize themselves and curate themselves to attract that kind of funding. When we talk about digital identity, that's where that preparation comes in. As a farmer, Be a small scale farmer, a large scale farmer, little things as such as having a website, having a mission, curating your impact work, understanding how your yields have led to an increase in production, discussing your distribution channels, your partners, goes a long way in creating that digital identity. Because guess what? Investors, especially venture capitalists who invest in idea stage and growth stage companies that a lot of farmers actually fall under, they are interested in the personality of the founder, the owner of the company. Who are you? Because while they like the idea, while they like the business, if you're going to take their money and run away and block them in the next couple of years, they're not going to want to invest with you. So, as a founder, especially to attract alternative investments, you have to position yourself right. Do the right things. Partner with the right set of people. Have a website. Attend conferences like what Sterling Bank is doing today. Why? Because you're able to build those networks. So I will say in summary, just summarize everything I've said. There is funding. Investors are ready to bring in the capital. But we also have to prepare ourselves both on a macro level and on a micro level.
Thank you very much, Dumebi. Thank you very, very much. And finally, we would like to hear from you, Ibukun Oluwa. Would like to hear your perspective on this question.
Thank you, Pedro. So I'll just align with what everyone has said because I think we've covered all the answers. But I'll speak from the perspective of what we do at Sunbeth. So at Sunbeth, we typically don't buy from farmers. But we've realized that over the years, the volume of cocoa that we produce in Nigeria has reduced. So we've actively taken a step to interact better with the farmers. So we go back to the farmlands, we have farmer groups across all the regions that we source from in Nigeria. And then we educate them. Because like everyone has said, and like Dumebi said, education is really key. We need to start inviting the farmers to this kind of conferences because this is where they learn and this is how they know that there's access to funding. There's actually a lot of money to be put into the agricultural sector, but because they don't know that, they don't know how to even apply for it, they don't know what to tell the banks when they go to meet them. Data gathering as well. We train them, we map their farms, so we know where each cocoa bean is coming from. We know that if we've bought from this person, these are the kind of beans, or this is quality of beans that we have. Involvement with the farmers, training them, teaching them what to do. Those are the things that would help with funding because it also gives the financier comfort and de-risks the funding because if you have data for all these farmers, they know that this is where this money is going to, and we can track the volume of harvest that they have. And in that year, we know that we can get this amount back when they harvest. And then because we are off-takers, we have aggregators that collect it from them. We also have KYC forms for these aggregators. So we know who you buy from. We know the farmers that you get your produce from. And we know that these are the volumes that they bring to us. So we are able to say, we are going to fund this. We will give you money to go and buy from them. This is because we have also trained them, and we know that when we sell, we have profits. So for us, we also have EUDR and sustainability premiums that we give to the farmers. This would also encourage them. So once we sell to off-takers, we charge a premium for the farms that we have data for. And then they give us this money, and we put it back into the system, giving it back directly to the farmers because they are the ones that hold the value chain together. So these things would also help them. So funding, insurance is very, very important. Climate insurance, I think, is very important for farmers as well. If the banks or financiers, private equity, and private investors know that there's insurance for climate change, they would be willing to fund farmers and not expect that they will lose their money or they won't get their money back at the end of the harvest season. What we've also tried to do at Sunbet is to worked with the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria to develop hybrid seedlings. We've tested it by ourselves, and we've given over 60,000 seedlings to farmers just in this year. And this is a continuing process because we also want to increase the yield of cocoa that goes out of the country to processors and other people that need these commodities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibukun. Now, because of our time, we're just going to take one more round. One thing that has come through from all the responses is that funding is available for climate-smart agriculture in Africa, but we have gaps of confidence and preparedness to access this funding. So my final question, and after every panelist answers that question, you can just give us your closing remark because we're rounding up now. So I'll start with Mr. Balogun. What are you currently doing to de-risk this value chain? And how can our delegates at the summit benefit from the work you're doing?
So two things in de-risking. So first is agriculture is a ground operation. Like you cannot, you cannot skip the writ and rigor. The KYC for you and your farmers is I know you by your house and I can come and call your wife. And we work with 500,000 farmers in the country. So essentially we have an extension structure that is links every 400 farmers to one extension officer with a motorbike and a phone. And in each of the phone, it's like a banking, it has the profile of each of the accounts, each of them geo-mapped to their house and their farm. So is software, is bike, 400 farmers and their banking details, when they sold the commodity, when they took a loan. So that ground operations you cannot take out. You have to have that. And then there are improving insurance products that can insure most of the other risks. So we take a climate finance and a risk yield finance that provides for some of the risks like flooding, heat droughts. We introduce heat-tolerant wheat variety seeds to some of our farmers. So you get them, you take it from resilience, how are they resilient to climate shocks? How can they adapt better? And then the third part is how can you then create this risk-free or risk-reduced structure and then connect them with funding. The second part is then to then continue to look at how to blend that capital. The truth about it is that if you take pure commercial play capital, you will always have challenges across the line. So first, once you've done the ground operations and you have that, you then have to then come in to then say, who are the players that we can bring together and how can we structure a way that we're blending commercial and sub-commercial capital together so that we get the pricing, the tenor, and the structure. And for our experiences, the capital market is actually a good pool of funding. You have both on the Islamic side, Sukuks, we've done Sukuks to fund commodity-linked instruments, we've done commercial papers to fund commodity-linked instruments and production as well. So I think those are, in terms of how players can connect with AFEX, afex.africa, and then I'm a very prolific LinkedIn user, so reach me via LinkedIn, hit me up, and then let's see. It's always specific, but where there are cooperatives or large contiguous groups of farmers actually producing, commodities. We work in 10 different commodities. In the cocoa belt, EUDR certification compliance is an extremely great example of how players and intermediaries can intervene. We also had like 1 billion trees that we gave to our farmers because we noticed that a lot of the trees were growing old. So we gave them 1 million trees across over 5 years for them to replant in some of those old farms, because most of them would just abandon the farm and go to the forested region and start cultivating in the middle of, which is increasing deforestation. So, but when they have the new seeds to plant it, they're not losing, the old tree is still there. they're still harvesting from it, but as the new tree gets to the third year, it starts to fruit early maturing variety, and then they have that benefit. So that's some of the examples where we can connect depending on the value chain and your location. But check us on our website, FX.Africa, or hit me up on LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balogun. Now, Mr. Adefeko, as a director at Olam Agri, Olam is definitely one of the leading players in agriculture in Nigeria today. How have you succeeded in ensuring farmers are prepared, and how can our delegates connect with you to leverage what you're already doing?
Thank you thank you very much. You spoke to something, we were talking about mapping. It's important to map the farmers first and foremost, have the data of who the farmers are. Don't forget that Olam Agri has been in Nigeria Olam Agri has been in Nigeria for over 35 years. One of our sister companies, which is OFI, Olam Food Ingredients. Olam Food Ingredients exports cocoa and cashew. We're the second largest exporter out of Nigeria after Indorama in the non-oil exports sector. We're doing between $300 and $350 million. That's a lot of FX inflow into the country. For us, we have our farmers mapped. We support them. We have outgrowers. We have farmers in different locations where we have what you call comparative advantage, cocoa farmers particularly. Don't forget that Nigeria used to be number one in cocoa, but right now we're a distant third or fourth, depending on who you ask. Again, data is important. She spoke to it. Data is very, very important in all these things we're talking about. So on that part, we do that in terms of supporting. On the Olam Agri side, we are into, of course, we're into rice. So we have 35,000 farmers who offtake from us. We give them best practices, okay? We support them. They have their cooperatives. They offtake from us in Nasarawa, which is not too far from here, Rukubi to be precise. We're the largest rice farm and miller. So we're the largest rice farmers and rice millers in the country. Our rice farm in Nasarawa is over 10,000 hectares, of which we've cultivated between 4,000 and 4,500 hectares. Of course, a lot of you will know about Mama Pride rice, which is strictly local, not imported. So it's important you know that. Then again, it's important to give perspectives as well from AGRA. The Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, which is AGRA, has partnered with the Green Climate Fund, and they have something called the Regain Initiative. This Regain Initiative, to a large extent, okay, the fund is $100 million, which we can leverage on. When I'm talking about us, I'm talking about Nigeria at this point in time. What are the key objectives? They want to support smallholder farmers in Africa to a large extent. They want to promote climate-smart agricultural practices. They want to reduce food losses and improve food security, of course. I will add food sovereignty to it. I've been speaking about food sovereignty. And of course, we must mobilize capital to scale up climate-resilient agriculture. Unfortunately, this fund is only available to the countries that they're available to. Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. For us in Olam Agri, the access in the countries where we operate, don't forget that we're a global behemoth. So we're in Burkina Faso, we're in Kenya, we're in Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia. So for us, our farmers in those areas can access. But what about Nigeria? So Nigeria has to be at the forefront in terms of inclusion, making sure that at the room, we have a seat at the table. Right now, that seat at the table is not there. And that's because, like I spoke to, green financing is still at its infancy. It's stronger in the area of energy rather than agriculture. With this kind of forum now that we are speaking to it, a lot of the media houses will take this story out, and it's important for them to go and write their story, tell the story. We're ready and we're prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, Sodbeth, I must say I'm highly impressed with the work you're already doing, supporting smallholder farmers in the cocoa value chain. Apart from the cocoa value chain, are you supporting any other value chain? 1, 2, is there any way delegates here can leverage from what you're doing, not just being one of your farmers, but also for knowledge sharing? Please go ahead and share.
Thank you very much for the compliment. So on the second question, yes, there are so many people and many delegates and stakeholders that can leverage from what we are doing. Recently, we started training farmers on chemicals and what kind of fertilizers they can use on their farms, because it has also become important to external stakeholders outside Nigeria that you're farming the right way, you're using the right chemicals for your farms. So we've been approached by people that have fertilizers and sell chemicals. Our stand is outside. You can come to us and speak to us. We have so many business opportunities that we can partner on. These are things that we can also take to the banks and get financing for the farmers and for the farmer groups that we have. On the first question, we just recently developed a sustainability program for soya beans. We're going to be implementing that from Q1 2026. So yes, we're also doing that for soya, and we plan to start for cashew as well.
Thank you very much. Do you have a specific location you're looking at for cashew and soya?
At the moment, we source from Ondo State. That's where most of our volumes are coming from, but we are looking to expand because we're going into processing.
Thank you very much, Ibukun. Mr. Lawal? Mr. Lawal, we know Sterling Bank has done a lot.
Sorry, Koji.
Yes,
so
please.
we're the hosts, right?
You want?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to be a perfect gentleman, that's perfect. So, there has been a recurring conversation on data, lack of data, insufficient data, and the fact that the relevant investors need to have data to be able to make their investment decisions. What is STAIRS doing to block this gap, to ensure that we can actually attract this funding?
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you for being a very great host. So STAIRS is the only financial data service provider that is actually tracking private capital transactions, funds, and macroeconomic data for Africa. Awesome. Any other data platform you see is probably global, but STAIRS is doing this for Africa and only for Africa. Right now, we are covering, in terms of transaction funds and company data, we're doing that for all of Africa. That's all 54 African countries. On our macro data, we're also doing this for 54 African countries, but our country coverage, in terms of reports, detailed reports and analysis, is about for 39 African countries. And we are planning to expand that coverage by the end of the year. What I will say is that we serve two parties, the investors primarily, and the companies that work with the companies that do the activities, and I'll explain. So there's an echelon, right? You have limited partners, you have the general partners, the GPs, and those are the fund managers. Then you have the companies, right, that will receive the funding eventually. The general partner will report to the limited partner because those are the people that are actually bringing the funding. And those are the people that dictate the kind of funding they want to give. So if you see a fund manager giving an example, say Lightrock or ACA, right? They come up with a fund, say they want to do fund for climate change, or they're doing a climate funding series, right? The funding is coming from a consortium of investors who are limited partners, and they determine eventually, what that funding should be done for or should be used for. The GPs source the companies. So that's why I'm saying we serve both the limited partners, we also serve the general partners. So the companies, now that's where our company profiles coming. So, and that's why I was talking about the micro work, the groundwork that the companies need to do. So creating your profile, even if it means having a LinkedIn profile, you create a website, because those are the informations that we will carry on and put on our STAIRS platform. So when the investor eventually gets a corporate license with us, they are able to have access to that data. So it's a one-stop shop for all of the information that they need. We also track funding data. Now what that means is another fund, another company, or another GP can go on the STAIRS platform and see the series of investment activities that another fund manager has embarked on. Reason being that a lot of the limited partners want to expand their operations. They do not want to invest in a company that is isolated. That is, you are only working to serve just Nigeria. They want to know that you have an expansion mindset. They want to know that you have a scalable mindset. And as such, that's why I mentioned again, they're not only investing in the company, but also investing in the founder. So if as a company you are limiting yourself in scope, what it means is that the chances of you getting this funding will be limited. Finally, the GPs are extensive, right? And I'm going to put the different types of alternative investors that we serve in that bracket. They're investment bankers, there are venture capitalists, and venture capitalists, they serve or invest in growth companies and idea stage companies, early stage companies. So what that means is, as a founder or as an agripreneur, you have an idea. There is a VC for you. And that VC will only invest in you when they know that you are actually planning to adopt technology into your processes. And as such, because if you are starting to say, oh, you just want to do like gardening, nobody's going to take you seriously. But when they know that you say, okay, I'm trying to acquire this funding because I intend to, embark on climate smart practices. I'm going to irrigate from here to here. And in the next 5 years, I do intend, if I'm starting with horticulture, I plan to actually go into fish farming. And the water from my fish is going to feed my horticulture, feed my crop production. And beyond that, I'm also going to start harvesting groundnut. So that means that when I harvest my groundnut, the waste from the groundnut is going to add to the feed for my fish that will eventually feed my other crops. So they want to know that you are utilizing your resources properly. So in summary, there is data, and our data serves the upper echelon, but there is also the possibility of our data serving companies, serving companies as well, but you need to have that profile ready.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of those of us here, we would like you to give us some discount on how to access that data. I think we'll talk about it after the session.
Yes, no
because
problem.
We all need the data.
No problem.
Finally, Mr. Lawal, you had mentioned a solution called OmniX, while you were sharing your thoughts around the need for preparedness and value chain de-risking. Do you want to tell us more about OmniX and how we can benefit from what it offers?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. But again, since I have the floor, let me start by telling you what we do in Sterling around access to data or creating access to data, partnerships, transparency across the value chain, and then digitization. So Sterling Financial Holdings is today arguably the only institution that has 2 banking licenses. There was another one, they sold the merchant bank. We have our conventional Sterling Bank Limited, and we have our sister bank, the Alternative Bank. What that does for the market is simple. It provides you multiple sources of financing. You are not straitjacketed to one. So we do the conventional financing in Sterling. In the Alt Bank, they do the risk participation type of financing, sukuks, Sharia-compliant interventions. When you have all of that under a bouquet, what you see is you are able to attract the attention of far more interested and serious partners who want to provide financing, be it under the green umbrella or be it in a blended fashion or through a blended vehicle. So that's one. We've taken a step further. I think it was Ade that mentioned that, climate financing for agriculture is nascent. It's just starting. But as a country, and maybe as a continent, we've done some work on energy. There's a proliferation of solar-based initiatives today, even in Nigeria, even in agriculture. Ayo mentioned irrigation. What we've done in Sterling is that we built capacity around climate financing, be for agriculture or just across a spectrum of investable opportunities. If you go to our head office, it's clad with solar. It's not because we feel like cladding, it's because we believe in putting our money where our mouth is. The taste of the pudding is in the eating, so we've demonstrated it with a 17-floor building. And so solar works. And you're now able to do that to improve the energy mix for the country. Take that into agriculture. You have irrigation, you have storage solutions that can rely on solar. And so we've done a POC and we're primed to roll that out. And again, that's partnership. We're not going to, we're financier, we have partners that we have also grown with to do that. And that's still under a bank. Now to OmniX. OmniX is a digital platform that democratizes access to liquidity in the simplest form. I gave an example of a lot of people that, in quote, crowdfunded various projects. Some of them were dubious. The intention was to fleece Nigerians, and some others, the monies were lost because of a lack of understanding of agriculture as a business, right? So imagine having a 60-odd-year-old institution say that, okay, we're going to create a platform where institutions, SMEs, corporate treasuries, like Olam, like FX, like Stairs, can take their spare cash and invest in notes specifically targeted towards various opportunities, one of which is commodity-linked notes. Of course, all of this is still going through regulatory approval, as is want. You have to POC, then sit with the regulator, get them convinced as to what you are doing. And we are always interested in doing the hard work in Sterling. Like I said, we've clad a building with solar. We are going to sit with the regulator and show them what we're doing and get their buy-in, right? So what OmniX does is now create a different type of sourcing of capital for agriculture, for investment. It bridges the gap between someone who wants to invest money or who wants to make impact and somebody who needs money. But that is the digital part of it. There's a lot of work to do off-ramp or off-digital, one of which is aggregating farmers such that there's something to put the money in credibly, and you can say, this is where your money went, and this is when it will come back, and it will come back. There is the need in aggregating those farmers to generate data. It could be what Dumebi suggested around creating a digital footprint, be it a LinkedIn profile, whatever. Let the cooperative be identified somehow, such that when investors, even from outside Nigeria, are coming in, they're able to trace that this does exist and gives them confidence to put in money. All of this happens on a digital platform where you don't need to go house to house. You don't even need the farmer to be digital savvy. You are the one using the digitization to aggregate money to give to him. And you're the one also ensuring that that money comes back. So there is a space for digitization in accelerating all of what we have spoken about in this ASA edition. And it is important that we take that back with us individually, not even this panel alone, but all of us, and see how we can key into using whatever resources are available to us to accelerate this growth. It is painful to hear that there's a Green Climate Fund partnership that we are excluded from simply because we have not organized ourselves enough to be attractive. It is not a lack of will. It is not a lack of knowledge, because everything we've said in this ASA session yesterday and today is not what we did now, it's what we've been doing. So that knowledge exists. It is just what I said before, collaboration, so that we can effectively scale and show our readiness to take these funds and use them judiciously. I will close by saying Sterling Bank is positioned to do that and more. We partner with Olam on the commercial side, and we're willing to take the conversations further on the impact side. Of course, AFEX is a partner of ours as well. Some debt is I would say, our wife, using the previous, or our husband, depending on which data you're looking at, using the previous panel's description. And Stairs is a friend of the house. In conclusion, I think that we are more than ready to take the next step so that as a nation, we can access those monies that exist today for us to accelerate all that we have been doing. We just need collaboration. The final thing I would like to say, and this is me putting my friend Shola on the spot, is to say that maybe in our next ASA, we will go to the farm. We won't be in Abuja. We will take you to the farmer. We will be them. We will have them in the room. We will hear their challenges. They will hear our solutions to their challenges, and we will all agree on what makes sense. So we take it forward. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for my distinguished panelists. So because our time is up, we'll only probably take one question. So who will be asking that question?
Okay, I'll take the man at the back. That was the first hand that went up. Please, can we take that man? Sir, can you make it short and precise?
Noah is my name, the national president of National Association of Crayfish and Shrimp Producer, Processor, and Marketers of Nigeria. Straight to my question. Mention on the sit there data, and data. And we need support, and support. How do we fill this particular gap? The question per se is there any provision from Sterling, which is PPP, to have this data in place? Simply, thank you.
Hello. Sorry, please, can you hold on? I need to take this gentleman here. Sir, can you make it 20 seconds, please?
To Dr. Shola, Soilless Farm Lab is happy to host ASA on the farm next year.
Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause for that, please?
So, Mr. Lawal, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the question. In terms of what Sterling Bank, so we have a partnership with MasterCard. The panel before now, and even before then, I don't know when you came into the room, there was one of the participants that was thankful to both ourselves and MasterCard for something simple. We had distributed tabs that they are using to capture data of their farmers at the farm. It's at no cost. So there are initiatives, and perhaps we should have a conversation after this, since you are the president of an association, which means you are an aggregator, plugging into all we've said on this panel today. And let's see how we can help. Support, support, support.
And on that note, we come to the end of this panel. My final word will be, please don't leave this place without having those conversations that can drive support, and support. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our moderator, Olakpeju Ibekwe, CEO, Sterling One Foundation. May I have our panelists and our moderator? Let's quickly take pictures, and then we have a presentation of gifts to all our panelists and moderator. And to do that for us, I'd like to invite the Corporate Affairs, Head Corporate Affairs, Sunbed Global Concepts, our major partner for this summit, Abdul Samad Abdul Rahman, to please join me here. Okay. We're trying to move with the speed of light. For the next session, the third session for today, which will be centered around driving inclusivity for women and youth in agriculture. One session that I've been very, very passionate and waiting to be part of myself. This session will be moderated by Modukpe Ojo. She is a sustainability manager at Sunbet Global Concepts Limited. I believe she's ready. Thank you so much. We're moving quickly. The next session is driving inclusivity for women and youth in agriculture, which will be moderated by the representative from Sunbet Global Limited. She is a sustainability manager at the wonderful organization. Please welcome with me Modukpe Ojo as she takes her seat, and also invite the other panelists to join her. Please, can we give her a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modukpe Ojo, as I've been rightly introduced. I work with Sunbet Global Concepts Limited as a sustainability manager. Just a little bit about our company. Sunbet is one of the leading indigenous cocoa exporters from Nigeria. And aside being an exporter, one of the things that sets us apart in this industry is our commitment to our stakeholders, a key part of which would be our female farmers and our youth farmers. And that's why I'm very excited to be on this panel today, where we have panelists from different sectors. I'll just, introduce them and bring them up stage. And I hope that, you give them a resounding round of applause as they come up. First on my list is Baliki Salahuddin Ibrahim, who is the CEO of Green Republic Farms. Please welcome her on stage with me. Please let's keep clapping for her. I also have Tracy Dabo. Tracy is the marketing and partnerships at Lekki Mill. Please let's keep clapping for her. Let's clap for them as they come. Let me ask the queue. Thank you. On this panel, we also have an executive director at the Alternative Bank, Korede Demola Adeni. Please keep clapping. Please welcome with me Adetola Onielu, who is a project manager at British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation. Last and definitely not the least, we have Samson Ogbole, founder of Soilless Farm Lab. Okay, so before we go into the session, before I go ahead and set the context, I'll just give my panelists a few seconds to talk about their companies and what they do. Okay, we can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here today, thanks to the Sterling Group. My name is Korede Demola Adeniyi. I'm an executive director in the Alternative Bank. The Alternative Bank is part of the Sterling Holding Company, and a sister bank to Sterling. So Sterling and Alternative like brothers and sisters. We are a non-interest bank, and I'm sure today you'll listen to some of the things we do that is different. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Sterling Bank, for putting this platform together and having me on it. My name is Tracy Dabo. I head marketing and partnership at Lekki Mills. Lekki Mills is a young agro-processing company that specializes in processing yam. So we process it into frozen yams and yam chips, snacks for eating. Currently, we're the first fully owned Nigerian brand to be exporting to the UK, Canada, and Australia. We're also about to hit the American market. We also have our yam snacks that comes in a bag. So now you can eat yam on the go. We are in schools. Our frozen yams, if you eat yam from Chicken Republic in Lagos, you're eating my yam. If you eat yam from Kingfisher, you're eating my yam. So yes, we're adding value to our staple food, yam. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balki Salahuddin Ibrahim. I'm the team lead for Green Republic Farms. At Green Republic Farms, we leverage innovation to farm closer to the market, cutting down transportation emission. We use greenhouse and controlled environment open field to cultivate vegetables and horticultural produce such as habaneros, bell peppers, tomatoes, and any vegetable you can think of. We work with women and young people in rural communities. And just before I stop my introduction, I'm the star girl for Sterling Bank. And I want you to give a sounding applause to Sterling, please, on my behalf. All right, thank you. And Mr. Olushola, I want to make a commitment personally as a form of giving back to Sterling that I'm willing to work with you ahead of ASA 2026 to mobilize farmers and more agripreneurs for this conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adetola Oniyelu. I work with British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation, a foundation that supports rural smallholder farmers in the 36 states of Nigeria, including the FCT. We implement capacity building projects, enterprise development programs. We implement youth programs. We support government initiatives just to take smallholder farmers from where they are to where they are supposed to be. And I'm glad to be on this platform, and thanks to Sterling Bank.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Farmer Samson Ogbole, team lead at Soilless Farm Lab. We are farmers, and for us, food production should not be seasonal because hunger is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll just briefly set the context for this panel. Other speakers have mentioned the percentage of smallholder farmers contributing to Africa's production ranging between 70% to 80%. And for additional context, about 40 to 60% of that percentage are women and youth. However, we've realized that there's still a significant gap in the productivity of these women, accounting for about just 30% less than their male counterparts. There are a wide range of factors contributing to this. There are issues related to access to land, which is general amongst farmers, but even more prevalent with women. And this also has ripple effects on things like access to finance and access to inputs. So what we'll be doing on this panel is really to talk about, perspectives on resolving these challenges from different points of views. So I'll start with you, Balkis. From your experience, what strategies have you found that are helpful in practice to overcome these structural barriers that women and youth tend to face?
Thank you so much. I would say that we have not overcome, right? We're still taking the baby step. And one of the strategies that we use at Green Republic Farm is bringing innovation to the most hard-to-reach community. So, for example, on my farm right now, we have greenhouse infrastructure. And if you're from the village, in the Lokuta village, you've never seen food being grown in a controlled place where you have the old building, right? So that exposure has really shifted the mindset of these people in rural community. So I think the first thing is bringing innovation closer to the people, affordable. When you talk about access to finance for women and youth in the rural agricultural system, and the reason why I would say rural agricultural system is because all the food that we eat, they are all coming from the rural community. We're just seeing innovation now because of greenhouses that a lot of people are able to cultivate in urban setting. For cities like Lagos State with a very small landmass, but for cities like Ibadan and other cities in the northern part of Nigeria, they have the land, right? But the access to finance is a major challenge for them to scale at that length. And that was why yesterday when I was asking a question to IFC that how do we really measure impact? Because we've seen a lot of interventions come in for women specifically and youth to enhance the agricultural practice. However, we cannot measure the impact that this intervention is really making in their lives. So I think number one, bringing innovation, streamlining it down to the rural community, letting them see the process at which this thing is being done. That's one. Making innovation affordable, right? Farmer Samson is my boss, and we were recently consulting them on some things for our farm. And we've received invoice, and I've not even told him. But I'm like, oh my God, I need a lot of money to do this thing. So can we make this innovation intervention affordable for women and youth who really want to practice sustainable agriculture? That's two. Number three, we talk about how drip irrigation system is making farming more easier, is making yield more better for farmers. However, drip irrigation system is not affordable. It is also expensive. The same thing with renewable energy that you're going to use to power it, right? So when these things are coming, we are very happy to accept innovations and technology to enhance women and youth in the agricultural value chain. However, these things that we've mentioned, they need to be very, very affordable. And that is, I think, where, just to close, where banks and other development institutions can come in to de-risk the system. So when you're importing some of these materials, you can be rest assured that by the time it is getting to farmers, they don't need to have the entire 20 million naira or the entire 15 million naira to build one greenhouse. But they can have a certain percentage, and the greenhouse will be constructed for them, and over time, they'll be able to pay back. So that system can enable women and youth to afford innovation when it comes to agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So my next question will be for you, Tracy. One of the things I had mentioned as the major factors inhibiting women in particular would be the socio-cultural issues. So, women cannot inherit, women don't own lands and things like that. I mean, I know that you may not be able to speak much on that particular topic, but in your own perspective, what should companies then be doing, understanding that these socio-cultural issues exist? What should companies be doing to ensure that this limited access to land that women have does not preclude them from taking advantage of certain initiatives?
Thank you very much for that question. And I really appreciate you asking me that. because, so I'm from Benue, right? And early this year, I was home and I saw this woman, let's call her Mama. She was, she had a farm and I was so intrigued. I loved everything she was doing there. So we got into a conversation and I was like, oh, you own this farm. How does it work? What do you have to do? She was like, oh, it's her family farm. It's for her husband. So I'm like, okay, if I want to have a farm, how do I do it? And I'm hearing things like, it's either your husband or your family farm or your brother. Imagine when there's a dispute or there's a problem. She has spent so much time. She has put in so much and she has set up this farm. And because there's a dispute and it's for her husband or her relative, she has to let go of it. Now, how can we help? Now, I'm not coming here trying to argue about equality because look at our fingers. They're not even equal. But I'm asking for equity. We should be able to give women, when I say equity, listen, give us a chance. Put us there and see what happens when we do this. So one of the things is, let's engage, because a lot of these things are happening in the rural areas. There are leaders, there are village chiefs. Let's have conversations with them. Let's educate them. We can have clusters of farmers. We can have cooperatives. Have women have cooperatives and know that, okay, we have this land space. This is for the people in this area. This is a woman, a female-owned place where we can do it where, okay, the children can also come, the youth can come. So again, maybe if the husbands know that this place is for the women, this is theirs, it gives them a level of ownership. I would give an example. Put us on the table, give us equity, right? Let me use the Commissioner of Agriculture, Lagos State, as an example. I mean, she's on the table, she's making decisions, and because she's on that table and she's making decisions, youths are looked after, women are looked after. I think, how many percent of us on this panel are all in a group that she formed for young agripreneurs called the Lagos Agri-Innovation Club? That is where I met Farmer Samson. That's where I met Balkis of Green Republic. We're working together. I'm not feeling like I am too small or I can't do it, because we have given, we trust, there was equity, a woman giving that chance to prove herself, and which she did. No, so again, my strategy is I'm not coming here asking for equality. I'm coming here asking, give women a chance, give us equity to prove ourselves, and let's see what happens when that happens.
Thank you so much, Tracy. I think to also add to what Tracy has said, one strategy we use in my company at Sunbet is we ensure that when we design programs, they don't have entry barriers that limit women. So for example, if you want to have maybe seedlings distribution, shade tree distribution, you don't make something like land ownership a prerequisite to being a participant. Because if you do it that way, you'd find out that a lot of women would be precluded from accessing those opportunities. So I think that's also something that can consistently be done across industries. So let's move to the banking sector. I mean, the bank is primarily, structured around formal institutions. And these challenges also still extend to this. So, Korede, what do you think institutions can do differently to engage and empower women and youth? Because I think I've been saying women a lot, but women and youth, especially on the topic of access to finance and input support.
Okay, thank you. For us as a bank, first, I'd like to define what our bank does so that you'll be able to understand the perspective in which I'm saying this. The alternative bank, as a non-interest bank, one of the major advantages of using a non-interest bank is that in your projects, the bank works with you. It's a partner. It's a partnership. It's like a risk share. We're not running away from the risk. So we're in it together. And so one of the advantages of that for women and youths is that when you come to us to seek support, especially in things like this, we work together. We're not talking about the cost of doing the business, the interest rate on the business. We're working together. We're sharing the risks together. And so at the end of the day, what we're thinking of is we're empowering you. The bank is making some money because we're working together, but the bank is really concerned about the impact. And I think that is what is most most helpful, especially for women. So at the beginning, you're not thinking, I don't have collateral, right? Because the collateral is next to nothing in this kind of situation. And I think this is very helpful to women and youths or any other disadvantaged members of the sector. One of the things I would also tell you is that we also work with DFIs. One, to even shift the risk further. That is, we're sharing the risk, not just you, not just the bank, but just another DFI. And you know what that means? It also makes the project a lot more attractive than what some other institutions will do. And thirdly, most of the women and the youths that we want to support, like we've heard today, are in the rural areas. The banks are not in the rural areas. How do we overcome that? We work with agents. Agents represent the banks in those areas, so they give feedback to the banks in the urban areas. And they are also, because they're so close to the women and the youths in those areas, they can tell us exactly what is working, what is not working, and in good time to support the various projects that we fund together. So those are the three things that, for us, we believe it's significantly different if you're working with a conventional bank, and it also gives the women the opportunity. In Yoruba, they will say, "Ifokanbale," your mind is at peace when you work with us, because you're not thinking about how am I going to sort out this interest cost at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Korede. I think what I'm picking from what she has said is that you need to meet them where they are. You can't just go there with your product and think, oh, it's a one-size-fits-all. That can be the case. So I'll move to my right. It wasn't deliberate not to come here first. So I would ask you for your work at BAT Nigeria Foundation. What are your thoughts on how private sector, such as yourselves, can complement what the government is doing? Okay, what the government is doing, and what financial institutions are doing to promote inclusivity for women and youth.
Okay, thank you very much for that very good question. Before I go ahead, I used to think Abuja was quite hot, but a lot of us are freezing here. I don't know if it's the AC, but I think it's the AC. So do something about it. Thank you. Now, to answer the question, I think it's very important to look at the numbers. I think the numbers will tell us if we need the private sector to do more. First and foremost, the African agribusiness sector is projected to reach about $1 trillion in, some say 2030, some say in the next decade. Currently, we are doing about 280 billion, some said 450. The gap is wide. Now, the question I keep asking myself is, can the current structure that we have, with all the anomalies and every other thing, the lack of storage facilities, the transport logistics, the inadequate transport logistics, the lack of skilled and unskilled labor, certification, to get certification for your products for exports in this country could cost you between $3,000 to $5,000, and many more inadequacies that exist. Can it take us to the $1 trillion economy for agribusiness in Africa? No. Is the private sector doing well enough? I'll say baby steps. But if not for the private sector, if you look at where we are now compared to where we were 5-10 years ago, look at what this platform is doing. Look at what someone on my right, Samson Ogbole, at Soiles Farm Lab. Can we replicate 10 of Samson across different locations? Look at what Lekki Mills is doing with Tracy, processing yam and exporting to different parts of the country. Different parts of the world. Can we replicate people like this? And I think that is where the private sector really comes into play. Now, what are the gaps and how do we complement these things? I think we need to start coming up with very much brilliant and innovative financing models as we have had in the past, but something more specific at very, very good interest rates. It has been emphasized, and I'm going to emphasize it again. Very, very good interest rates, such that people can take this thing up and do well. Now, about youth and women inclusivity, do we have women and youth that have done well, even in this system that is not working well? Yes. The evidences show it. So I think anybody in the private sector, any player in the private sector in the development space that is not bringing in the youth and women I think they are doing it as a disadvantage to themselves. My final point on this, if you look at the financial sector, the fintech industry, if you look at the unicorns that we have in Africa, about 9 or 10 of them, a lot of those guys came into play in their early 20s, in their early 30s, and you can see what they are delivering to us in Africa today. I think we can replicate the same thing in the agribusiness sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adetola. Farmer Samson, you run Soilless Farm Lab, so my question would be on the tech side of things. So how can agri-tech companies such as yours contribute to leveling the playing field for women and youth in agriculture? I would really like if you own in on the women and the youth part of the conversation.
All right, thank you. How can an agri-tech company help to leverage? So I think it was the earlier panel that spoke, and they made a statement. I think it was Ms. Vera that said that first, we need to understand what tech is so that we do not give technology the power it does not have. How do I mean? If I pick up a calculator and I wanted to type, let's say 10 times 10, and I mistakenly typed 10 plus 10, calculator will give me 20. The calculator is right, but the answer I am getting is wrong. And that is because technology has to be built on first understanding the manual way of doing things. Tech is just to bring in efficiency. I know right now the buzzword in town is AI. Any small thing, AI. But what people forget is AI is built on machine learning. You cannot have machine learning where there is no repetitions. Meaning, this thing must happen again and again and again, same patterns, monotonous activity. Then a machine is built to learn that pattern. Once the machine understands that pattern, it is on top of that, you now bring in AI, the automation. Now, how then do we help young women and youths to come into this space? To answer that, let me ask, how many of us here are farmers? You are a real-time farmer, not online. Okay, awesome. Now, the reason I ask that is because a lot of people, a lot of young persons that are coming into farming treat farming like a cycle. They have not seen farming as a career path. Meaning, if I see, and because I train young people on the farm, I am privileged to train 1,000 young people every quarter for free. We've been doing that since 2023. Done about 11,000 so far. Thank you. And what this has taught me is, before you start telling somebody, take a Greek as something, they need to understand that this is a career. Career means one of two things in Nigeria. Either you run it for 30 years and retire, or you do it for 35 till you are 65 and retire. So from the first day I say I am stepping into agric, the first question is, how many years am I willing to give to this thing? Can I do this thing till I am 35? Or do I have 30 years to pursue this dream? Because if not, you might be looking for a technology that makes you win overnight. And the problem with a tech that makes you win overnight is it also makes failure fast. So, first thing first for us is getting young persons to understand well what agric is as a career path, not as a get-rich-quick scheme path. That is number one. Number two is understanding your identity. Let me give an example around that. Understanding your identity, and this is very important when it comes to primary producers. because a lot of people are too focused on the productivity of their farm that they forget that as a farmer, you are not as successful as your farm, but you are as successful as your market. So we have a lot of farmers who spend money tonight trying to get farming right and forget the market. Because if the market is not okay, you are just running an expensive hobby as a farmer. So after they have understood the market, we now allow the market determine what kind of technology can you afford. Because it's of no use, I have a market. Let me give an example. I do greenhouses. One of the funny vegetables I do on the farm is shoko and tete. What's shoko and tete in English? Shoko and tete. Now, shoko and tete, if you don't know what it means, ask your neighbor, they will tell you. Sorry. Now, on a very good day, it will sound weird to hear somebody is doing shoko and tete inside greenhouse, right? Because you are thinking, how much is shoko and tete in the market? But why will I put shoko and tete inside a greenhouse? Because that shoko and tete is going to the UK. Now, if the market is my 12, that shoko has no business entering greenhouse. It should stay outside. If the market is my 12, I am not going to use drip irrigation. I will at best use furrow irrigation, a technology that the market can afford to cover is what I will invest in. So we are not investing based on our knowledge, but based on what the market can cover. So trying to bring in young persons is making them understand what you know is knowledge. How you apply it is wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farmer Samson. I think we are pressed for time, but I'll just pose one last question to Korede, and that's on, one second. That's on the role of gender bonds and gender-specific financial products. Do you think they have the potential to close this gap, the access to finance gap for women?
My answer is a very big yes. Because when you do that, already you're raising funds specifically for women. And when you do that, there are people or institutions who would want to do that, invest in those green bonds because of the objective you want to achieve. So my answer is yes. I think gender bonds specifically, yes. And I'm sure we have quite a number of DFIs who will be interested in working with the green, to invest in the green bonds. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just go into the question section now. Maybe we'll take one. Okay, I think we've seen.
Just that one.
Yeah, just
the
one
lady over
question.
There. Can we send her a microphone? Ushers. Madam, can you just still maintain your hand so they can identify you?
I am Naomi Peter, a young woman agri-entrepreneur from Maiduguri, Borno State. I have a poultry startup business. I was supported by humanitarian program from Plan International to implement this through technical training and a small seed capital. Thank you for all the solutions discussed here these 2 days to address the challenges faced by agriculture factor in our country. Yet, I wonder how can private and public sector supported young women from insecurity affected by insurgency region like mine. So the question is, how can we effectively access technology, credit, land, etc.?
Maybe you take the question again. Okay, you want to take the question?
Okay, so thank you so much, my colleague farmer. I think Farmer Sampson actually answered most of the things that you'd have expected to hear around what are the needs of farmers. Is it technology? Do you really need technology, right? And in terms of assets-based, I know that, as a star girl of Sterling, I know that Sterling Bank has facility that is tailored for specifically women and youth, right? So you might want to leverage this avenue to walk up to, any of the Sterling Bank team to explore how you can even help many women farmers that are not able to make it to this event to mobilize such finance for yourself at your farm. And I also think that there are other opportunity aside from debt finance. There is grant, right? And many of these opportunities are online, where you can search for different grants without any interest, as long as you're going to use the grant to do what you want to do. So you can check online to see if you can access some of this opportunity and tailor your solution to fit what the application demands. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Just to add to what Balkis has said, of a truth, going to a place where there are challenges and there's a lot of things not so favorable in the news, it's a risk for anybody to want to go to. But from experience, from what I've seen, right, a lot of financing bodies and developmental organizations, they'll work better with clusters. If you can identify same like-minded people like you and collectively write to financial institutions, write to development organizations, they would, at that point, it's better for them to come and support more people because the environment is risky than just one individual. And so in regions where we have challenges like that, and not just that alone, in several other regions for people that need financing, it's easier when you reach out as a cluster than as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can just go around and give maybe 30 seconds of closing. There's a question.
Please, can we quickly take this one?
Okay.
How can we deal with the issue of perception for young people in agriculture? From Akin Alabi.
Do you want to take that?
Akin Alabi, good afternoon, sir. Is online, Abi?
I guess so.
Oga Akin, how do we deal with perception when it comes to agri for young persons? Simple. Nobody convinced anybody to go into oil and gas. When people in oil and gas started living good life, there was a time being a clergy was not something good-ish. When pastors started driving big cars, God started calling us. The same way. Right now, Dr. Olushola has promised, Ms. Vera has promised that next year they will buy from us something a private jet.
Some of us called God. God did call us.
So what I'm just saying is, when people in agri have the evidence and their life is good, you don't need to convince people. You only convince when there is propaganda. Once their lives are good, by default, Oga Akin knows. See Tracy, I see the way she's looking, see Madam Balkis. Who would want to be like them? That's why I became a farmer, looking at them now. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the humorous close. So maybe we can just start from you and just, take our last.
Food production should not be seasonal because hunger is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hunger is not cho-cho-cho.
Thank you very much, right. Driving inclusivity for women and youth is not a debate. The evidences show. One of my very key projects that are driving the foundation, Farmers for the Future, or Graduate Agripreneur, in which I work with NYC core members, the results that I have from that project shows that out of the winners that I've had over the years, 80% of them are women. It's just in the last 2 years that I've had a man as a top prize winner for that project. So, some are saying men are endangered species, but it's not a debate, right? It is something that is very key. Youth are doing innovative things. Youth are securing financing that you would open your mouth wide, like, how do you do it? Youth are bringing connectivity into agribusiness, and youth are helping us to show that agribusiness is actually a very, very worthy career, and you can make good money from it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I envision that our panel is going to be the ones that they will say, we have 5 minutes. So I think I just want to emphasize on the need for policy shift, right? We have sweet policies on the continent and also in Nigeria. But when it comes to implementation, many of these policies are not well implemented. If we want to get farming more attractive to young people, for women, for men, we must show a level of security. So when I mean security, the road that leads to my farm is okay. I don't need to have problem with that. I have access to electricity. I have access to market. I have access to affordable cold storage. I have access to everything that I need. And this has to come from the bottom to the top to the bottom approach. And then we also need to look at how are the local communities shaping the agricultural sector, and not all conversation are sitting at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. And for my closing, it is also very important because I know that I would not have opportunity to hold this mic again today, to acknowledge the impact of Sterling Bank. Please, can we just say another shout out to Sterling? Thank you. My journey with Sterling Bank started in 2023 when I was crowned the winner of the Sterling Bank Agro Pitch. And ever since that day, we have held our hands together so strong that
it's allowed, ma. You can't be married to Sterling Bank and not be emotional. No, it's not possible.
When I won the Sterling Bank Award, I cried so much on the stage that day. And ever since, after many awards I've won, I've not had to cry. And right now I'm crying again, just acknowledging them. And that is because of, most times as young people, we are afraid to take a leap of faith. We are afraid to take that step. But sometimes these steps are what will bring us closer to the greatness that we envision. And that is what Sterling Bank has done to me, has done to Green Republic Farms. I'm very, very sure that this is also what they've done to many, many other young people that are not able to make it to this gathering again. From just winning that grant, to series of back and forth, to many Balkis, your number was switched off, to many, we don't reach her, we are not able to reach her, and to Vera and Mr. Olabode, just reassuring me that this journey, we are on it together. Whatever it takes, we will ride it with you. So thank you so much, Sterling Bank. I really appreciate your commitment to young agripreneurs in Nigeria and across Africa. And I'm hoping that next year, I'm going to be in this hall with many, many farmers that will continue to benefit from the greatness.
At Soiles Farm Lab, not in this hall. We'll be doing it at Soiles Farm Lab.
Yes, we're going to be doing it at Awowo, and I look forward to that. So thank you so much, Mr. Olushola. Thank you, Vera. Thanks to Mr. Bode, who has run away. So I really, really appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, Tracy. Let me just quickly add this. No, I have to thank Sterling too. Thanks to Mr. Olushola, Ms. Vera, and everybody. They funded some of our graduates. We said we wanted to go into fish, and they are like, yes, Soiles Farm Lab can just guarantee them and they will get their funds. So thank you. And in Yoruba, they say, "Eni to ba dupe ore eni." We are coming.
I know that they said time is almost up, but please spare me because I also have to do my own thank you. So we've been on this panel, we're talking about the farmers, but we're really, really not talking about the value addition, where the field where I playing. Check the statistics. Nigeria is the highest producer of yam. Africa produced 99%. Nigeria takes 65 to 75 and is going to waste. That's where Lekki Mills has come in. Young people coming together. How can we add value to this staple food? We started during COVID. How are we going to do? We thought about it. Shout out to Daring, that's my co-founder and CEO. Talked about the plan, talked about how are we going to do this, how are we going to add value to our staple food, because, yes, we have cassava, but what's happening in the yam value chain? And we started producing, and 2 years ago, someone reached out, saw that all the marketing we're doing and decided to take our product to UK, Australia, Canada. Australia saw, Canada saw, and we're in Canada. Now, yes, we're there, but we should be doing numbers. A 40-foot container is selling out in less than a month. After it gets there, we're taking 6 weeks to produce this product. But because it's taking time, my distributor is complaining, and I have 40 days on the sea, 6 weeks to produce, 50 days on the sea to get to Canada. You're threatening me, and I'm sitting down here and saying that young people have come up with a solution to put our name on the map. Nigeria is doing it. We're processing. They are rushing for it. And I sat in a room and I was talking about what we do, and that was when I met Vera. And she was listening like, you're in this field. You're a young agripreneur. We should be doing something. And that's how I'm sitting on this panel, because she understands the importance of supporting. And I believe that's what Sterling Bank stands for. Because during her panel, I saw her talk so much about what Sterling Bank has been doing. I've been in this room yesterday. I know how many Sterling Bank guys and women came. I'm like, we need to do something. And that is what Sterling Bank, so I appreciate Sterling Bank for that. And I want to let us know that we need to pay a lot of focus to value addition. It's not only about the smallholder farmers. We need to do a lot. That's why I also want to appreciate what Farmer Samson is doing in a processing plant. That he has been telling them, come, let me teach you how to process. I will teach you how to take this process to the market. I'll give you access to market, because a lot of times people are scared of going to the market. Balkis is producing habanero peppers. Farmer Samson can come and help train people that will process it. So let's not only focus on the farming, let's also focus on the value addition, because if you produce all the products, if I don't find a way to process it and make it last longer, it's going to waste. Because that's what's happening with the yam. We're seeing a lot of yam farmer, but nobody's processing it into a way that will make us curb the post-harvest waste experience from these yams. So now you can eat yam all year round, thanks to Lekki Mills. So no more stressing. You can eat yam as a snack, thanks to Lekki Mills. It's not only plantain chips, it's not only cassava chips, it is also yam chicks. And please, let us focus on value addition and empower the women. On my team, we have 70 to 30% gender gap. We're young people leading this, and we're doing fantastic. I think I'm an example of what happens when you give women equity. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just final words from Korede.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to all of you on behalf of Sterling Group, Sterling Bank, for all the wonderful compliments. Like I told you also, the Alternative Bank is a sister bank to Sterling Bank. And we're particularly interested in women and the youths. And like you have tasted from Sterling Bank, we're also willing to work with you. There's information available at our stand outside, and thank you very much for. I am relatively new in Sterling, and I'm so touched today by all the things I've heard, and so we look forward to doing much more with you. And thank you very much.
Thank you for being attentive, and thank you to my panelists. I think we're done.
Thank you so much. Just a quick analogy before you go. Just a quick analogy. When you are married to a man who gives you a level playing field, supports you as a woman on everything that you're doing, backs you up, doesn't nag you, doesn't stress you financially, emotionally, and otherwise, every night will be warm. It's just the same thing Sterling Bank is doing. Sterling Bank does not charge you for account maintenance, does not charge you for COT, supports your business, agribusiness, supports every other thing that you're doing. Sterling Bank is the only bank in Nigeria that has that has the same vision as the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Most especially Lagos State. If you look at the HART acronym, it is the same thing Lagos State government is running on. So part of that is agriculture. I remember that a couple of weeks ago, Sterling Bank had an event in Lagos at the French, this French Alliance Française in Lagos, where they sponsored some Nigerians to the MIVA University. Sterling Bank is partnering with MIVA University. That's the educational part of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, when they ask you, like I feel like singing one song now. I am married to Sterling, other banks leave me alone. Yes, Sterling gives me everything I want. Sterling will do the same thing for support your business. Whether you're a smallholder farmer, Sterling will be there for you. Please, can we celebrate Sterling Bank? I beg of you. And also, I want you to please give a big, big round of applause to the wonderful brain, heart, soul of the Sterling Agriculture, the head, Agric and Mineral Finance at Sterling Bank, Dr. Olushola. Thank you so, so much for having that open door for everybody to come in and talk to you about their businesses within the agriculture sector. So once again, can we give our panelists and our moderator a round of applause? Thank you so much. So can you stand to your feet with me so that we quickly will take pictures. Allow me to invite to join you the Divisional Head Commercial Banking, Akpore Idenedo. Thank you. He's already here. Sterling Bank, you know they are swift. They do not waste time at all. Thank you, Dr. Olushola, for also joining them as well. We'll take pictures and Mr. Idenedo will make the presentations. To those who joined virtually, we say a very big thank you to you. We are gradually coasting home. We're coming to a close. I believe Mr. Dele Fasemo is ready to go. Please, can we hold on and let's make the presentations. Please, can we come on stage to do that? For business owners within the agri sector, please, if you're still here, on your way out, the ushers are they will be holding a paper bag where you can drop your complimentary card. Please, we need you to drop your complimentary cards. We have information to pass across to you, and also we want to connect with you and grow your business with you. If you don't have a card, please just drop your phone number. Drop your phone number. Don't drop your house address. Allow me to take time to talk about Sunbet, our major partner, Sunbet Global Concepts. Please, can we give them a round of applause? They are not just trading agro-commodities. They are building resilient, responsible, and reliable supply chain that connects Africa's farms to the world, from premium cocoa to cashew to sesame and soya. The strategic partnerships across Europe, Asia, and North America. Please, can we give Sunbet Global Concepts a big, big round of applause for partnering with Sterling Bank for this summit. Can we give them a round of applause, I beg of you? Thank you so much. We're about to take the closing remarks. I believe we are connected now virtually to Mr. Dele Fasemo. Are we on? All All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking the closing remarks. Please, can we pay attention to the screen? You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Please confirm you can hear.
We can hear you loud and clear, and we can see you wonderfully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so we've come to the end of ASA 2025 Survival of the Greenest, Reclaiming Africa's Food for Destiny. We say a very big thank you to all of you. We'll see you in 2026. God bless you as you go home. Stay safe, stay kind. Don't forget to connect your business and everything you do to Sterling Bank.
Get debited for a living? Switch to Alt Bank today and let's empower your financial goals. Also enjoy up to 500,000 Naira interest-free financing, earn referral bonuses, receive free debit cards, and much more. Guy, calm down. That was your interest-free cash advance. Download Alt Bank today to live different.
Nigeria, a land of promise, vast, fertile, and alive with potential. Yet, for decades, that promise has been strained. The struggle for grazing land has turned field into front lines. The farmer-herder conflict, costing lives, livelihoods, and billions each year. To heal the land, we needed more than aid. We needed innovation and partnership. The Alternative Bank, a bank that invests where others hesitate, that shares risk to grow reward for the nation. In 2025, a bold experiment began. Could a single plant transform Nigeria's livestock industry and foster peace? The search led to alfalfa, the queen of forages, rich in protein, resilient in nature, and ready for a test. The answer began here in Bokos, Plateau State, through partnership between the Alternative Bank and Plateau State University. Science met finance, and vision took root. Each seed planted carried a question and a promise. Within 2 weeks, germination rates soared beyond 85%. The crop stood tall, lush, and strong, yielding over 18 tons per hectare, even under rain-fed conditions. The data was clear. Alfalfa wasn't just surviving in Nigeria, it was thriving. Before, finding feed was a struggle. Now, we are growing the future. We are scaling this project across 17 local governments. This is more than a story about a plant. It's a story about a choice to grow together, to build peace, and to prove that prosperity can rise from the soil beneath our feet. What started in Plateau is now a seed of hope for the nation, a blueprint for a future that's greener, stronger, and more peaceful. This is the alternative.
To help farmers get paid more and faster, MasterCard created Community Pass, a digital platform that brings agri-sector stakeholders from the demand and supply side together into one agricultural marketplace. In Uganda, the Chibinge Farmer Cooperative Society joined Community Pass in 2022. By digitizing agricultural flows in Community Pass, the Chibinge Cooperative has been able to keep up with demand for agro-inputs, and farmers have received the inputs they need more quickly and at a lower cost.
Community Pass has given me the opportunity to buy quality seeds and fertilizers to grow higher quality crops. With Community Pass and Chibinge's involvement, my coffee harvest and yields have improved every year.
36 states in Nigeria, one vision. To turn Nigerian soil into a symbol of strength and self-reliance. Arziki Noma and Nalda are restoring pride in the soil, transforming agriculture, creating jobs, and building a future where Nigeria fits itself.
I'd like to talk about our factory/warehouse construction project that is currently ongoing in Kano State, somewhere in Dawano. And that project is seated on 4 hectares of land, and it comprises of 100,000 metric ton capacity warehousing. The factory is meant to handle about 350 metric ton per day, and that's quite a lot to produce vegetable oil, SBM for feed millers, and all of that. The complex in Kano is also meant to, of course, carry our office for our Kano operations. And then for Zaria, we're building a 3-story office complex that is meant to accommodate the Arziki Noma cooperations team, as well as the Arziki Noma microfinance team. Our project in Abuja, which is going to be our international headquarters for Arziki Noma in East Africa and West Africa, and currently expanding towards South America. And Abuja is going to see the international headquarters for Arziki Noma. Finally, I'm going to talk about our project in Kwara State. The project in Kwara State is aimed at diversifying our production base, of course, to ensure that we are able to continue to feed Nigeria and Africa, even in the midst of insurgents. And while we hope that the government and all of the security agencies are doing all they can to curb these insurgents and restore normalcy to those communities. Finally, I'd like to say that the solution to Africa's green revolution, Nigeria's green revolution, will not be imported. It will be cultivated here. And as a Kenoma, we are committed to ensuring the early stages of that cultivation. We are committed to ensuring that everything that is needed to bring Africa's green revolution to pass is put in place. All of these projects that we have embarked upon is to guarantee that we continue to build an Africa that keeps itself and the world at large. Join us as we put Nigeria and Africa on the global map.
In the heart of Nigeria, a quiet revolution is taking root. A revolution fueled by dedication, innovation, and a profound commitment to feeding a nation. This is Mados Farms Limited, where the future of agriculture is being sown, one grain of rice at a time. For years, Mados Commodities has been a cornerstone of Nigeria's food supply, a trusted aggregator, ensuring essential goods reach our tables. But their vision extended beyond trade. They dreamed of a future where more of what we eat is grown right here by Nigerians for Nigerians, and that dream has blossomed into Mados Farms. Alhaji Muhammad Madan, the visionary behind this ambitious undertaking, saw not just land, but potential to nourish, to empower, and to build a sustainable future for his country.
Na kawo wannan lokacin ina so in yi noman nan, ina da zuciyan in yi noma in taimaki ƙasana da al'ummarmu na ƙasa.
Mados Farms isn't just growing rice, it's cultivating life. A key pillar of this initiative is the deliberate and significant employment of Nigeria's vibrant youth, and crucially, its resilient women.
Muna da mutane a yanzu sama da mutum 1,200, amma muna buƙatar a ce mutanen da sun kai sama da mutum 5,000 tsakanin mata da maza da marayu wanda abubuwa na Boko Haram sun kore su, ba su da gidaje, ba su da inda za su zauna. Za mu taimaka musu akan wannan noman da yake. A matsayin yanzu muna taimakawa mata da maza da yara ƙanana a cikin ƙarƙashin kamfanin Modernize suke abubuwa na taimako suke samu.
Zuwan wannan kamfani da ya zo mana da wannan ayyukan da ya buɗa mana, mun yi godiya ga Allah. A shekarun baya Boko Haram ta zo mana muna cikin tashin hankali da mu da 'ya'yanmu da mazajenmu gaba ɗaya, amma yanzu kuma mun samu kwanciya hankali da ci gaba saboda abinci ya wadace mu yanzu, sauƙin tsadar rayuwa mun samu sauƙinta.
Da muna cikin yanayin wahala na zamantakewa, muna zuwa kasashen waje muna shan wahala, Niger ne, Libya ne, muna shan wahala. Mun zuwa wannan kamfani mun samu taimako da ci gaba da iyayenmu da matanmu duk a shi muke rikewa yanzu. Don haka muna wannan kamfani godiya. Mun fita cikin matsalolin wahalhalu. Don haka duk abin da muka samu yanzu a shi muke ci muke sha muke rike 'ya'yanmu. Makaranta ma da 'ya'yanmu mun gagara sawa, amma zuwan wannan kamfani mun samu muna sa yaranmu.
Wannan noman da nake yi a ƙarƙashi na before ina noma shatta 3,000 da taimakon Sterling Bank na karɓi facility mai 9% da aka bani. Noman na linka shi na mai da shi shatta wajen 6,000. Yanzu ma da nake noman da cikin noman nan da nake ina da ƙarancin kuɗi, da zan samu kuɗi at least yanzu ina da fili ba wanda na noma ba, ina da plan wanda nake so in noma shi sama da shatta 20,000 zuwa 25,000 ina da shi a ƙasa.
We see the dedicated farm hands not just harvesting, but carefully sorting and preparing the crops. This is where Mados Farms' expertise in post-harvest management truly shines. They use modern techniques
to minimize waste and preserve the quality of produce, ensuring every grain retains its nutritional value. The logistics are seamless, with produce moving swiftly from the field to the storage and then to the market. We see the direct impact of their work. Local families employed, training programs in sustainable farming, and partnership that strengthens the local economy. The farm's corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives are visible in action, with a portion of the harvest being donated to local schools. Meadows Farms is not just cultivating crops, it is cultivating a better future for the entire community.
Across Africa, decisions are made every day, decisions that shape our economies, communities, and futures. At Verve Africa, we ground research and deliver insights that move ideas from concept to action for lasting impact. Sectors, empowering governments, organizations, and but we don't just publish data, we visualize it. Transforming data into narratives, we help decision makers see what's working, what's possible, and what's next. Your next bold move needs a solid base. Verve Africa, shaping Africa's data, research, and insight. Visit www.verveafrica.com to explore more.
Every cocoa bean carries a hidden story of families, of sacrifice, and too often, of children denied their right to childhood. But in Akure, we found a different story unfolding. One where women rise as community leaders, where farmers say no to child labor and yes to education, where clean water opens doors to dignity. At Sunlef, we believe that when communities lead, change becomes unstoppable. This is their story. This is our shared journey towards a better future.
As I take no some bet, now through my husband, because they want see woman, help woman. The time I go earlier, feed they train us for me to fish roll, donuts, chim, they teach us. They say they some bet they try all the food they chop for them, and some bet give us. All the money transport go here and come back and Sunbet na give us.
Dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Sunbet ni pé kì í ṣiṣẹ́ kékeré náà kọ́ wa. Ìgbà tá a lọ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yẹn, tá a débẹ̀ ọjọ́ tán kọ́ wa, gbogbo nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ máa lò fún, àwọn náà náà produce àwọn náà kó fún wa. Kò sí lè ta fowó rà ń bẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a need náà supply wa, kò sí nǹkan tá a fowó rà nù ẹ̀. So owó yẹn láti gbà yín dẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo fi ń ra flour.
Ìgbà tá àti ìlómi táǹkì wa ẹ̀ tẹ́ àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀tì Sunbet tí fún wa lómi a sọ́fà omi níbí o ọ̀nà omi wa dẹ̀ jìnnà láti lọ pọn omi dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé omi náà ó dùn ó dẹ̀ fine ọkàn wa dẹ̀ balẹ̀ láti gbà yẹn.
Just one day
They just call me, say they won't come dig water. Then bring this, they are drilling motor. They start to drill. I never believe. Not until they couple everything. Water can't stop us. We are about 27 camp at this Ubegu community. 27. Everybody is benefiting the water.
Since when some birds come, if they catch me, say I carry my pikin, when not reach 18 up to 18 or 20 years, that I carry them, give them cutlass or go help me to do farm, I will be in trouble.
Where some people will just carry them pikin, if they use a car and they go farm, but their time goes on, we will partner with some birds. Then let us know many things about child labor. Before, as I enter, I go see some students know they go school. Education is very, very important. Even though if you want the future generation to invest inside into cocoa, at least let them have education.
And I have children, 2 graduates. When somebody invited us to training at child labor, and that came here to educate them the effect of child labor. So that if you want to use any of child, above 18 or more before you use.
The story of cocoa can be a story of hope. And together, with the communities we serve, Sunbeth is making it so. Because real change begins when we choose to see and act.